Wait, it's just one ant.
Yeah, boy. Big puny.
Puny. Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant. Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one? Are you kidding? How about this? You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line. Resist!
Mwah. Good day, peeps.
Grand
Hello.
Risings.
Not hello.
How you
I
guys
can't believe
doing?
Hello. Good. How are you?
Hello. Happy Sunday. Callum and Kevin are with us right
Callum,
off the bat.
Kevin.
Hello.
How you doing, guys?
I'm great. Very well. Just got out of the shower. That's why I'm wet.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you for cleaning up for us. We really appreciate it. I can smell you from
Please
here.
take it, dear.
It's nice.
I don't
It's
wanna
not,
read.
yeah. I don't know what you're using nowadays, but yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, it's good.
cool.
It's good.
Oh, it's good that you
Peppermint,
can't smell
little
me.
peppermint in it.
When I was on
I
the
haven't
street,
noticed.
I was wearing patchouli, and I would always go out really early in the morning to get coffee, and I'm like walking down this really dark, kind of sketchy place in town, and I
Yeah.
pass this girl, and we pass each other. I just like say good morning or something, and then like all of a sudden, like it was a few minutes, it wasn't right away. All of a sudden, she turned around, she's like, "Whoa, you smell good. What is that?" She was only half a block away by then. I was like, "Wow." And then we met later on. She's a really cool girl. She's out of the Air Force and stuff. But after that, she always called me Patchouli.
That brings back old memories because I don't know if it was Milwaukee specifically, but that like a lot of the kids I grew up with too, we were all like wannabe hippies. Like I even had jeans that I had drawn all over. I had like Pink Floyd, The Wall, and Grateful Dead on Bear. I thought it was so cool.
You were.
But there was a lot of not showering and a lot of patchouli, and definitely people razz others for the dirty hippie thing. But patchouli, actually, my sister-in-law has been making candles and soaps, and she mixes it, I think, with like black pepper and there's some others, and it smells amazing. So it's a little underrated, and it has quite a few health benefits, I believe, if I remember. I can pull that up if we want to go down that route today. But I know Richie wanted to talk about. I know Richie had at least for sure one subject he wanted to touch on.
Yeah.
And hear about Kevin's adventure if he feels like sharing that, and then we should probably have some Sunday health and healing talk with our resident wizard Callum.
Yeah.
Awesome.
What's that you got there? What's that you got there, Kev?
Oh, it's some gorilla glue.
Oh,
it disappeared. Anyhow.
Ooh, it's magic.
Yeah.
Kevin, why don't you show us your background too, real quick?
Oh, okay.
yeah. Turn it on, man. Turn it on.
Okay, here we go.
Kevin,
When this takes effect, this is how you feel in your brain. This is your brain. Oh, guys. Good try.
Nice.
Love it.
Good sound effects. That was really impressive, Richie. I feel like that should be another side career. Okay, there we go. That's another thing. If anybody needs any sound effect services, please contact us. Our emails are in the description.
I can do
Or character
gunshots.
voiceovers. Or character
Gunshot.
voiceovers.
Yeah,
Yeah. For sure.
Gunshots, explosions, and ricochets. I'm really good at all them.
Sci-fi, you got to do laser. Can you do a laser?
Yeah, isn't that? Yeah. No, anyway, moving swiftly onwards.
That's very Star Wars. That's very Star Wars. Yep.
Pew pew.
Copyrighted.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh shit. Sorry. Yeah. Very
Moving
swiftly.
swiftly.
Notice. Where's my disclaimer? Oh, okay. We got
lightsaber. Oh, careful.
Tom, I'm going to shout out to I'm going to move swiftly onwards and shout out to the chat room. Tom, how you doing? You were the first one in at 7:23 a.m.
Thank you.
Crikey. I don't know if you're still here now, but awesome if you are.
So.
Who are we, mate? How you doing?
Hey, Hugh.
Good to see you. Who are we? You know the story time thing I told you about around the campfire, Sarah?
Sorry.
Yeah. That was actually Ross's idea, and he sent me that story. So shout out to Ross, because Ross has got a
cool.
he had a brilliant idea.
Wait. What's funny is Richie didn't tell me that he was thinking of reading this book until after I had created this image. So I didn't even know that, and I created that image kind of as a fun, like, play on words a little bit too.
It was that actually gave him the idea. It was your thumbnail that gave him the idea, and then he sent, and that's why he said, because he said he heard me. It was he could hear me reading the story when he read it. So he sent it to me.
That's cool. See, I brought it to fruition. This is why I'm a master builder.
And I was straight on it. I was like, dude, that's a brilliant idea, because I want to do that. That's what I like, reading things. I like reading out loud. I said to him, you got a good microphone. Yeah, and I've got that was the whole point of me getting the good microphone as well. But I wanted to.
That's your other instrument.
I was always the first one. I was always the first one in class, with my hand up to read when it was reading out loud in class, and I'd always get pissed off when I wasn't picked. Yeah. I wasn't a teacher's pet. I just liked reading out loud. Sherry, hi ho, how you doing?
Good to see you. Energy. Hey Sherry. Hey Nathan Penn.
Nathan Penn, how you doing, guys? Lovely to see you. JP.
I was always talkative. That's what was on my report card. Talkative.
See,
Me too. I did get tested as gifted though, which I'm interested. I don't know if that was a US thing, and if Kevin, if you had that too, but it was kind of made it this big deal.
/gifted.
Yeah, and I want to. What annoys me is I want to remember what the tests entailed, because I don't remember that. I was very young when they had me do it. It was in elementary school, and we actually, I had a friend. We weren't super close, but he passed away when we were in 3rd grade. And it was kind of this big thing. And I remember that really overshadowing and taking, like, that whole event and how it affected everybody because of how it happened too.
What test you know?
Did you get tests done for, like, to test if you were gifted? And I don't remember what that entailed.
It was probably some shady character standing in the classroom with a clipboard, just observing, probably something like that,
Yeah, totally.
That person.
I had to do an IQ test. I had to do an IQ test before I went to get accepted into the preparatory school that I went to. I had to do an IQ test for it. That's the only test.
Really young though. I don't know. I've heard of.
I'm from Indiana. I don't really think they look for gifted people.
I'm from Wisconsin. What do you think they were looking for there?
GMO corn.
Cheese. They're like, oh, let's just go over here because they got some good cheese. We can just munch on this while we.
When I was a kid, I would say things like, "Mommy, what's genetically modified?"
Reading.
I can hear that. Like, I just got put back in time and had a visual of you. That was great.
She's like, you are. Shut up.
All right. Anyway, we'll keep shouting out. JP, thank you for shouting out my chat and everybody's chat. It's really awesome. Not
Squirrel.
that anybody else has to do that, but yeah.
Squirrel Sniper, good to see you, dude.
Good to see
Effie
you.
Nation. Hey.
Hey.
You all right, babe? How you doing?
Mwah.
And Leafy as well, mate. Good
Beautiful.
to see you, buddy.
Leafy.
It's been a
while, bud.
strange last couple of weeks. Good to see
I
you,
miss
man.
you, bud. Come in and chat with us sometime.
Calistoga Refried, who's that?
I don't know.
You're all right, mate. How you doing? I don't think I've seen you in there before, but good to see you. Reverend Hull.
Reverend?
Always good to see you, mate. There's another weirdo.
Oh, that's for being a weirdo.
That's oh, nice. Sherry, how you doing, Sherry?
Sherry.
Mythoclast. Oh yeah, by the way, I noticed something. If you go to the chat and you see up at when you hover over before you highlight, when you hover over it, so hover over one that isn't highlighted and there's the 3 dots.
Yeah.
You can, I don't know if you've always been able to do this or if I've only just noticed it.
No.
But you can put people in timeout and block them from here. And I didn't know that. I didn't know that we had those rights.
I think that's new. I'm pretty sure that's new.
Yeah, I think. And you can star. What does that mean if you star it?
Ooh, does that pin
Special
it?
Gifted. Gifted. It means something completely different when you do that, right? Completely different.
Exactly.
It's like a pointed cat.
I love your face.
Different.
A pointed cat.
Different.
Special.
That's my one. Special.
Jim Dillinger. Good to see you, mate.
Special.
Clarice. Clarice.
That's what they did. That's what they did with gifted people in Indiana. In Indiana, they set gifted people in the corner with a dunce cap on.
That is hilarious. I actually had a teacher who had a dunce corner and threw erasers, and if he really didn't like you, he'd stick a piece of chalk in the eraser and then chuck it at you. Cheers.
Nice.
Small town USA.
Put your helmet back on.
We had a teacher that would launch the he'd launch the eraser.
I had crutches and just deflecting it like that.
We had the teacher launching the eraser if anybody was talking or anything, he'd just chuck the eraser.
Yeah. Oh, you get so mad. Oh man, just temper like 0 to 60 so fast.
Fast Daddy Flathead, how you doing, mate? I reckon you're probably in Roxanne's channel.
Thanks for being here.
A jolly man. Good to see you as well, man. And 2Joy now. That's everybody that's chatting.
What breed? It's a little dog. That's the breed. Little dog. One of those little dogs. Yeah. Is it a Chihuahua? It's not a Chihuahua.
His dog, Canito?
Canito is he's a come here, buddy. Come and say hello.
Yeah.
Come and say hello.
See, midget.
Look at the face. Look at that face.
Oh.
He still looks like a puppy in his face, doesn't he?
Yeah, I was going to say it's like a forever puppy.
You know, though, I have a 35-pound dog, and she kind of has actually, she looks younger than she did when I first got her. Her face was darker, and now that it's lightened up, she looks more like a puppy. I don't know. It's funny. Anyway. It's
kind of that nose, too. If that nose doesn't go all the way out, it's still kind of puppy.
Yeah, it's big forehead, and a little. So I don't know. Maybe it's a toy something. But his eyes are Chihuahua. His eyes are very Chihuahua. So
look at Elfie.
Like, oh, me too.
Now we're sports size. That's sports model.
Oh, Elfie.
You're grown.
Don't know where it starts, where it finishes, right?
Oh, that's so sweet. Yeah.
He needs his haircut, man, really badly, but yeah, it's €25 to cut him, so just have to
You
wait.
should see if you can find somebody.
My little guy's asleep outside there. He's just chilling.
Oh yeah.
And it's still cold.
Yeah. My 18-year-old's been zonked all morning. Whenever she's like this, it's like, oh, it's a sleeping morning. She sleeps so hard. It's so sweet. That's when she runs. When she remembers that she used to run, and she used to run so fast, doing like zoomies and everything. And you can see she dreams about still doing that. So
more. She dreams more about it because she can't do it as much.
Yeah.
My previous dog had problems with his feet, and because he couldn't run on the grass, I knew, that he's dreaming about running around on the grass at the moment. So,
I've just realised the reason they're the reason he's like this is it's 5 o'clock, and I was meant to take him out for a walk before we went live.
I guess you'll be taking him out while we're live, huh? Maybe
I'm gonna have to take him out.
I kind of wanted to do an outside thing too. Anyway, we need to at some point broadcast from outside. I'm still planning my coach trip. That's still happening. The price is significantly dropped after Labor Day, so it's actually feasible now.
You won't see much of my outside, I'm afraid. It's all black out there. Yep.
What time is it again, Callum?
2:02, of course. 2:02 a.m.
Champion of the night over here.
Every time I look, it's double numbers or mirror numbers.
Right. That's been happening. I don't know. I was telling somebody that if I don't see triple numbers, that's my most common. I see that all the time. If I don't see that at least twice a day, I'm a little weirded out. And it's been now that it's like certain days or certain times in a row, like 555.
That's been my last week. Has been 555 for the last week. I get it in weeks.
Me too. So. And then a few other ones thrown in. Like I had 444 when we started doing the show, and then I had 333, which is a very common one for me to see because of my life path number. So yeah. Yeah.
Cold meats.
Oh, did you just get that dropped off? That's so sweet.
Yeah, from the the cafe next door. I went in there today and said, "Can I get some food and I'll pay you tomorrow?" And they said, "Yeah, okay." And she sent me some more. There's ham. It looks like ham, pork, and chicken.
Sweet.
So, nice choice.
Yeah. Well, I am eating meat again now. I stopped for a long time, but I am eating meat again now, and it's not because I want to, as much as because I fucking need to. I actually need to. We do need. I feel like I do need some meat in my diet.
Protein. But like if you haven't done it for a while, if you haven't done meat for a while, and you go back to it, it's amazing. Like the little amount that's needed.
Yep.
Yeah.
You
and
sort of correct it. You sort of reset it there, so you're feeling your body more, and you go, oh.
And this isn't really relevant with Richie because I feel like the amount he eats since he's had to fast so much is probably less overall anyway, right? But I feel personally like I had a salad. My dad made an ahi tuna salad. Raw tuna. It's so good. And then just a little bit of goat cheese. Anyway, so but I got really full really fast. It was kind of weird, and I was a little like, whoa. I'm like, and I did eat nuts earlier, but it was and I just feel like that's happening more and more. Yeah, my stomach actually.
The extended, or if you do the intermittent fasting, your stomach's going to shrink quite a bit.
And when you don't drink.
Just slowing down, because when you eat less too, you tend to slow down as well, which is great. I mean, chewing is something people forget to do, and that's like your first stage of digestion. You do that right, everything else works much better.
So you just made
So
me
just
realize.
slowing down, I mean, that resets your sort of hunger as well.
Yes.
So your body has more time to communicate those signals and goes, hey, you're done now. And you go, and then if it's good food too, if it's like not addictive sugars or stuff like this, your body also goes, I feel good now. I feel full. I feel satisfied. Like if I had more that, you know.
And that's what you just made me realize. I was actually exactly. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your thought. I was going to say that I was chewing. I just realized I started. I keep seeing little, like in some of the health stuff I'm reading and looking into. It keeps, some of it's like, remember, when you are consuming that, you need to really
it's mastication, not the other one.
Be a masticator.
I've been focusing on that a lot more, and I realized that's actually that I was really focusing on that while I was eating, so that probably had a lot to do with it. And the other thing is salt. I've been trying to. I don't think I've actually been taking in salt appropriately. I've eliminated. I went through such a process when they drilled it down our throats that we shouldn't have any salt. I went through a process where I really eliminated it, and I wasn't eating a lot of meat, like red meats that have it naturally as well, or adding any of that sea salt into anything, like even to dissolve.
I looked at food first. If it's depleted or you cannot gain what you need through the food, because yes, like in natural sort of water sources too, like say spring, even in a spring or whatnot, you've got all these minerals there, but it's at a state too. It's at a natural state.
When
so in the food, like it's a much smaller thing. When we talk about salts in food, they're much smaller. Like they go anywhere. They're more bioavailable to the body. So it's not just a simple thing of throwing some salt in your water sort of thing. It is to a degree, but that's why they have the cell salts and stuff as well, where we're at a very, very small size, physical size, so it can actually go further to where it needs to go. So then less is more, So then it's quality of food and then go from there. It's like then if you have issues evolve, because all the salts are separate as well, as well. So all the 12 cell salts all have their symptoms, right?
So when you can't good food sponsors, they got the munchies just now, and I'm pulling out a Larabar.
It's like all packets are just green screens, obviously. Just disappear completely.
Yeah, especially if you're using a virtual, if you're not using an actual green screen. But what is that?
I'll trade you. It's Larabars. They're all fruits and nuts. There's nothing else but fruits and nuts in them. They're awesome.
What holds it together, honey?
Cashew cookie.
That's a bit familiar, calling them honey. What holds it together, honey?
Hey?
No, usually dates. Dates is usually the binder.
Yeah.
Dates, yep.
So when you can't quench your thirst, when I was younger, if I couldn't quench my thirst, if I ate a packet of salt and vinegar crisps, then I'd quench my thirst. I'd be able to quench my thirst afterwards, and it has got being able it's the salts
triggering a response.
But the salts help you to absorb the water.
Yes.
So that's why you need the salts, because that's how your body absorbs the water.
Also glycerin as well, like the right sugars as well. It's like vegetable glycerin. Like if you have water, if you add like a little bit of vegetable glycerin to the water, that will what they call superhydrate your cells. So it's like if you're running marathons or whatever, you're not losing as much water. So you drink far less just by, adding that glycerin into it, really. But I'm pretty sure honey is like your best option for that anyway, too. It's that perfect ratio of glycerin and fructose.
Yeah, yeah. And the way that all the other benefits of honey that other types of sugars don't give you, like cane sugar, and cane sugar
it's natural, but like anywhere you are, you can find some raw honey.
Yeah. And what I was just going to get at is the people the farmers that were cultivating the cane sugar developed diabetes from eating the raw, because anything in excess in that sense, and they were like obsessed with it. It became like so
Actually, I could find raw honey and natural honey when I was living in Las Moretas, and there was the farmers market, and that's where I. Oh, don't you dickhead! Come here. Oh, fuck's sake.
Little dogs.
He's talking to cockroaches right now. He's not talking to his animals like that. Just want to throw that out there. We generally do put good karma out, but we've decided with this issue, we're over that.
What's that?
I haven't. I shouldn't speak for Richie, but I think he knows why I'm speaking for him right now. Right?
Well,
The
no,
frustration. I had to explain to everybody you weren't talking to your animals that way. You were talking to a cockroach that way.
no, actually, I was talking to Canito that way because he was getting himself tangled up in the cables. Wherever he manages to go and find them and then get tangled up in them.
And
So
go manifest it further. So there you go, right?
But I forgot what I was saying now. I love the way it looks on your Callum, on your screen. It looks like the light from the windows coming in through your. It's obviously it's your light up in the corner, but it matches the window in the background perfectly. Right. So let's get on with it. Right. What should we talk about first?
I make a point about raw honey though, because a lot of people talking about raw honey in coffee and stuff like that. Because the other thing about raw honey, raw honey, I'm talking about raw honey, is it doesn't shoot up your insulin as well. So putting it in, say, your butter coffee or black coffee or whatnot, you're still fasting. You're still in that fat burning mode. So honey's the best way to do that and correct a lot of sugar problems.
Yeah, and it has this whole antibacterial thing that other sugars don't have. So that's like the big thing is that it's its own, jurisdiction as far as a food goes.
It's an environment. Honey has a particular environment which is most probably good for bacteria, good for certain bacteria that's helpful for, like, especially for healing cuts, wounds, that sort of stuff. That's why putting honey on is just creating and locking in an environment too. So you're creating an environment that's more conducive to healing and probably through a lot of the bacteria that it allows.
Gotcha.
That it's the perfect environment for.
Richie, if you want to remove yourself really quick and bring yourself back in, that'll fix your head so you're not hiding in the leaves, because I fit that a little better.
I don't care. I don't care.
It's real quick to just add yourself back in, but real quick.
But it means putting somebody else there. It means putting Kevin there.
No, me. No. I go in there.
Yeah,
but
I know,
but I fit it better. I'm trying to explain to you. Hold on, really quick, Richie. Just let me finish. I fit there better because see how I'm sitting?
Yeah.
You're up higher, so if you switch it, you will be more visible, and I'll still fit in there without being covered.
But maybe I'm hiding.
All right, fine. Then you just hide. You just hide, sir. In the meantime, Callum, did you answer this question for me? From C Ray. Hi, C Ray. Welcome. Not sure if you're in Roxanne's chat or not, but thank you for being here. It says, can we add herbal glycerites like a chaga glycerite, for instance? Did I say that right? Chaga.
Add to what? I must have missed the first part of that. But it's interesting
because we were talking about coffee. Maybe I think add it to coffee.
Oh, I would say try it, because that's an interesting. I would say try it and check your heart rate afterwards and see if you increase your heart rate. You know, if it stays pretty steady, your blood sugar and everything would be balancing pretty steady, depending what your outcome, what you want.
Yeah.
But if you want something, and that sort of can tell you dosage and stuff as well. I've got to let my dog in. Oh,
gotcha. Yeah, see, that's a good point. The other thing I was going to say too, though, like getting back to honey is maybe a better option overall, because I know that there's people experimenting. There was somebody on Alpha Vedic. I'm forgetting right now. Was it Ormus or something? Was it like monatomic gold that the bees were part of what their honey had in it? Oh, I can find it because I saved it and I just haven't gone back to look at it. But it was really interesting, like what they're doing with that, and it's sort of like you've heard of the bees that do it with the cannabis too, and then you wonder like what the healing properties are with that, and it tastes good, right?
There's that
So
honey that you can get.
day.
There's that honey that's got hallucinogenic properties, isn't it?
Yeah, but then think about it. If you didn't want the hallucinogenics, you could probably get them to do more of like a CBD with a little bit of tea, and then you could throw your own like slight THC in there because it activates it, but not to get high, like a microdosing thing. You know,
Yeah.
well, maybe that's what I'm going to do. And I want to do pour the monoatomic gold on my plants and mess around with that. So I'll have to get back to you guys on that one. But just wanted to say shout out to Brian Evans too. What's up?
Was he putting monatomics in there as well, or was it just colloidal?
I think he was just doing monatomic. He wasn't doing colloidal. He was doing the monatomic gold water.
Colloidal is a monatomic. It's a monatomic.
Oh, that's right.
Silver.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Look at that. 31 minutes. And I would like to.
That was quite fast.
I would like
to water, Callum, really quick to water. He was asking for the herbal glycerate. And I'm sorry, Richie, that was rude of me to interrupt. Go ahead.
You're right. I've just.
Oh, yes, most probably then. Yeah, yes, most probably. But because that's the glycerin that's sort of doing that, activating that. But still, honey's your best option there, I would say. But if but you have different effects then as well. It's like what if you're holding on to water, it was sort of what's the water that you're putting in? I mean, what's the water that was replacing or absorbing into your system? So then we're looking at structure and all of this sort of thing as well. So it's like, well, what do you want to add to it? What do you want to be?
Yeah.
What do you want to show? What do you want? What do you need qualities of? What do you know?
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to say, hey, Morgan, welcome, and Machine Head. What's up, guys?
Ready?
Yeah. Gonna let.
Right. Split a segment. We want to go on to this. We want to start talking about some of these things we want to talk about today, because there are a few of them, and I want to get as many in as we can. This is the first thing that I wanted to bring up, because the quartering was talking about it earlier, and I was like, let's see what people think about this, because I agree with the quartering, what he says about it. He says these things can be used for good or for bad. They could be used to help us or to hinder us and to censor us. And the very first video that they put on this, or the first like advertisement video that they put on it, this one, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. It's really.
Think about skipping this.
It's really. This is good. This video is good. It's sort of what they're talking about here actually makes sense.
What happens next will make you tear up. Wait, you're still here? I mean, great.
Put up the bigger.
You might think about skipping this ad. Don't. What happens next will make you tear up. Wait, you're still here? I mean, great. Looks like the trick worked. You see, when watching videos or browsing online, you are likely to encounter content that is loaded with emotional language, and with good reason.
So what they're talking about in this advert is how emotional language is used to hook people into things, to using words that have strong emotional reactions, like disgusting, horrifying. Horrific. Instead of saying disagreeable, they say disgusting, heartbreaking twist of fate instead of unfortunate coincidence. And so this actually makes sense, and it's really good. It's good to point this out to people. But what they actually say suggests something else. It suggests to me that they're getting ready to, as they call it, that inoculate. They're calling it inoculating. Where is it? Our research provides the necessary and proof of concept that the principle of psychological inoculation can readily be scaled across hundreds of millions of users. They're talking about they call it pre-bunking. Now, where's that bloody quote gone? There we go. They compare it to a vaccine. By giving people a microdose of information in advance, it helps prevent them from falling for it in the future. So what I'm saying is that they can, let's say we went back to 2019, 2020 was coming up. They knew what they were going to do. And if they had had this up and running back in 2019, they would have been putting adverts in. These adverts are going to go into the advert slots. So you won't get paid for them. And potentially what they could do is put them on all channels that challenge the narrative. Any channel that challenges the narrative, they'll probably flood with these videos and they'll be putting in information. I think they'll put information in of up and coming things so that it's already pre-programmed in everybody's mind that is it's misinformation, and they'll do it subtly. They won't do it directly. They won't they won't actually say this information is going to be, somebody's going to say this and this is misinformation. They'll put it in an advert a couple of months before, and they'll use it as an example of misinformation.
And give you the right way out, like give you the version that they want you to take as well.
No, I don't think they'll even do that. I don't think they'll do that. I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're just going to put it in subtly in the background. It's going to be a subconscious thing. They're going to put it subtly in the background.
Been doing for a long time.
Yeah, they've been doing it. They've been doing it with the media and stuff for a long time. But this is going to be focused advertisements that they're like 60 to 90-minute advertisements that they're going to put in place of adverts, basically. And the idea is to inoculate people against misinformation. I don't know whether we should play the whole video.
I hope you mean 60 to, whatever to 60 seconds.
60 to 90 seconds, not minutes.
And they're going to get them to like sit there in the thing.
How are they going to get anybody not to click through that?
Ultraviolence. What is that? Clockwork Orange style. Yeah.
Yeah, right. I kind of do want to play the whole thing to get everyone's opinion of the vibe they get from it, because it's confusing. It's sort of like,
the
are
vibe
these people
from this
for us or is this against us? Like, I don't understand.
This is what I'm saying. They've been very clever.
And the other reason I wanted to ask about it was because from our end, like, so Friday, our title of our show, we made it Freaky Friday, Free Will Frenzy. Out of curiosity, do any of you feel, and please, like, we're not looking, like, tell us if you felt like, oh yeah, that definitely made me want to jump in and watch the show. It was kind of a fun title, so it made me think this was going to be a fun subject. Or did you just know that you already know what to expect and that's why, and so it was just to add to it? Or do you think, like, the images that I've been creating, do you feel like they're to pull you in? I'm just curious, and please don't hold back.
Our viewers already know what we're like, what we're about, though. So they
True.
But
I want to know.
Strangers to our channel, people that are strangers to our channel, it's going to have had a different effect on them than it is, but the thing is, that's the whole point, isn't it? I've put clickbait titles to get people to come and watch. It doesn't mean that the information that you're giving isn't good. It doesn't mean that what you're giving is misinformation. It's true that they do that, but that's where discernment has to come in, doesn't it? Like, you can't just write something off straight away. Well, there are, because you use your I use my discernment with certain channels, and I look at the title and say, "Oh yeah, okay then," you know. But like, who is it? Luke Rudowski. Luke Rudowski, though,
one is massive or urgent, right?
Yeah, he uses clickbait type of titles, emotional language in his titles, but the information that he's giving is good.
Agreed. Even if I feel like he does steer, though, if you've noticed, it's funny, he'll be like anti-Trump, but he'll talk about it like he's pro-Trump. He confuses the hell out of me with it, it might be a hypnosis type thing, but you know what I mean? He does this weird thing where you're like, wait a second, I thought you were against Trump, but the way you're kind of talking about the subject, you're making it sound like you're pushing in favor. That's all. So anyway,
But is that because he's trying to be bipartisan? But he's not bipartisan, but he's trying to be.
That's what I'm getting at. I don't get the vibe that's because I don't actually see him ridicule or look into. I see him push back more on the quote unquote left. I don't even like using these terms anymore, but pushing back on that extreme, and even like more than I see him challenging the narrative and some of the money on the right. He talks about it and he will bring it up, but really at the end of the day, like the news that he focuses on is a little more one side versus another, even if he's not trying to be.
He's definitely anti-establishment.
Tim is actually, in my opinion, was way more like that. But now he's starting to finally. And
that's why I didn't like Tim.
Yeah, but he's had some interesting guests on. He's had some interesting guests on that made me want to watch on and on.
But now I'm actually, so you know, since getting into Timcast and watching him now, I'm like, hey, actually, Tim, you're not much different from me, really. You know, he has got the similar. He is different, but he's got similar, or rather, I had similar liberal, progressive
You're more diverse
views
overall, though, with your knowledge, and you're not as opposed. Like he seems a little bit, you know, and I'm judging, so I should just stop.
And because
it seems like he's not as spiritually open.
No, but I think he'll get there. He's getting there.
I think we all will, right?
Yeah. He is getting there.
Hello.
And he has grown over the last couple of years. He's grown, and I love the fact that he's not moved. He's stayed where he is, but it's like everything's moved around him so much that it looks like he's slightly to the right. Instead of being slightly to the left, he's slightly to the right. And as far as any left wing is concerned, he's actually far right.
I agree with that, but I think that's also why it's important where we stand out is to keep talking about what's the in between, what's the balance, being the devil's advocate, those kind of things. So it's just,
I mean,
I heard that about the Tim and Alex Stein. I didn't watch that, but I heard there was some. But see, that's what I like is like we need to have more debate type things.
Was it Alex Stein that went off about landing on the moon?
I think so.
Because if it was that one, that was brilliant. I couldn't watch it all because he did piss me off. You know, I was like, dude, you were doing so well, and now you just sound like an idiot. But I was just really chuffed that if it was Alex Stein, that Alex Stein brought it up and didn't let it go either. He wouldn't let it go with him. He was really like he really wanted Tim to. You still there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I thought everybody had frozen. We're all sort of in it. It looked like we'd all frozen. I couldn't see my mouth.
Richie, I just want you all to know, Richie purposely messes with me. He'll do like I'm sorry, I'm leaning forward so you can't see me. He'll purposely do like a funny freeze thing and pretend like he's frozen, and like, I'm like, wait, what?
I've never done that. I don't know what he's talking about.
Oh yeah, never.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Callum, you probably messing with.
Right, we'll play this video. All right, we'll play this video.
Yeah.
I've got my earphones in now, so
I'm gonna go get my coffee ready, and I'll be back so I can shut up and let Kevin Ooh, that's so cool looking. I will let Kevin and Callan talk more. I'll be back though.
You might think about skipping this ad. Don't. What happens next will make you tear up. Wait, you're still here? I mean, great. Looks like the trick worked. You see, when watching videos or browsing online,
we need
you
to
are
still be
likely
on
to
the
encounter
screen.
content
Sorry.
that is loaded with emotional language, and with good reason. Playing into emotions, especially negative ones, such as fear, anger, or contempt, is a trick to get you to pay attention to something when you otherwise wouldn't. It's likely that's a big reason why you're still watching this ad is because you were lured in by our use of emotional language in the very first sentence. Research has shown that expressing emotion is key for the spread of moral and especially political ideas in social networks. So let's say when you're writing a headline and you're trying your hardest to manipulate your readers to click, one thing you can do is pepper your headlines with a bunch of emotionally charged words. Call it a horrific accident instead of a serious one, a disgusting ruling instead of a disagreeable one, or a heartbreaking twist of fate instead of an unfortunate coincidence. That way you're likely to reach more people and influence the reactions. So let's see how this plays out in real life. Let's take the following headline from the movie Anchorman. No emotional manipulation at play here, just to the point, no nonsense coverage of such an important event in history. This headline, on the other hand, see what they did there? The writer used an emotionally charged word like revolting to describe a whole group of people. Are mutants people? Oh well, you get the point. They're fear-mongering. So whenever you feel outraged or angry, remember, someone may be pulling your strings. Don't be manipulated. Truth Labs, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
So, truth, I think it's important that everybody remembers or knows, if they don't already, truth is not the same as facts. Truth is a legal term. It's something agreed on by two or more people. Is a truth. If two or more people agree on it, it's a truth. So that's not a fact. It's important to facts will never be heard in a courtroom. Like they don't like facts in a courtroom. Or is it they don't like truth?
I was thinking it was the opposite there.
Yeah, they don't like truth in the courtroom. They like facts.
They don't use truth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Legal definition.
So it's interesting that, because we're truthers and we're truth seeking. Maybe we should be factors and we're fact seeking, because the truth doesn't necessarily mean that it's factually true.
No, well, it doesn't, but it's outside their system. If you're speaking about truth, or if you're speaking fact, then you're speaking with inside the system. Fact can be anything. It's just a matter of, as you said, backing it up by what sources. It's kind of the same as how they make up a word or something too, or change the definition of a word. You only need, it's like the Merriam-Webster's dictionary or whatever. You only need like a few sources to actually say the word or change the definition. That's
why bootylicious was
mainstream media, basically.
That's why bootylicious is now in the dictionary.
Yeah, if it's used a certain amount of times, okay, now it's in. We'll just write it in, and that's descriptivism, where you're making it up as you go or changing it as you go. The words are evolving. You're evolving, changing as you go, sort of thing. And that's why, at the moment, when you talk to different people, people have different definitions for words. So understanding someone else is usually understanding their language, how they use language. If you understand that, then you understand more about that person. But it's their perception too, because they're perceiving something different, and it's because of different definitions of the language. You might be talking about something completely different.
Jim, I
because
think
it was before that, like a dead language is prescriptivism, where it doesn't change. It is what it is, and it never changes. So the meaning's there, bang. We don't evolve it. We don't change it as it goes. It's dead. That's why it's dead. Stay still.
Jim, I think
where would you get more understanding?
I think that's the point, Jim. Is that that's what I was just saying. Truth is collective agreement on something, not facts.
Yeah.
Facts are real. Facts cannot be changed. Facts are real, whether you agree on them or not. Whether you agree on the fact or not, if it's a fact,
in the legal in court though, it's in court. It's the agreement. So a fact is just whatever it constitutes the agreements between two people. Now it's a fact for them, and truth is outside of that. You're mixing it up again, I think.
Yeah, that actually makes sense to me though, because think about that, because like. And this is why, as
basically, I see it too as a fiction in action, fact.
Yeah.
Right, but the truth is something agreed on by two or more people. That is a truth. Legally, in a court of law, a truth is something agreed on by more than one, but by two or more people. And
I don't think they even see it in a courtroom. They don't even talk about truth, right?
No,
like it's
but all right, sorry, not in a court of law. Legally,
yeah.
Legally, in legalese, if you like, a truth is only something agreed on by two or more people, whereas a fact is different.
Well, if facts are brought in too, they're written in sort of thing. Like if you know, this is what was found out in this case, so that's written into fucking law. So that's where you're saying too that it's a bind. You know, it can be fucking anything, but if it's written into the law, then that's how it is. So getting a few experts and stuff.
I disagree on this agreement thing about facts, because it's a fact that the World Trade Center. It's a fact that the World Trade Center was brought down on 9/11. That's a fact. Whether people can agree on it or not, it's a fact. It was brought down. How it was brought down, the truth behind it, that's something different. But it's a fact. Whether you agree on it or not, it's a fact that it was brought down.
Is it true that the two towers came down?
It's also true that the towers came down. We all agree on that it's true that the towers came down. But it's also a fact that they came down, whether you agree on it or not. Because one day the building was there and the next day it wasn't. It's not a fact. It's not a fact that that they were hit by airplanes because or whatever caused it. Yeah, none of those are facts. There are very little facts available in that, except that it is a fact that the girders down in the basement were pre-cut. That's a fact.
That's why nothing will get anywhere in the courts.
Yeah,
like you won't get anything from the courts because
exactly.
That's why there's
designed
loopholes.
That way.
I've talked about that too. There's loopholes. This is how companies get away. You know, it's sort of like the Alex Jones case. It looks like he's like going to get all this money taken away from him, but really, because of the way the court's set up, he's actually it's like, you know, like a quarter of what they're telling.
750,000 each. $750,000.
And then it's 11. He personally is only going to have to pay 11 million or something. Like that.
because of the maximum. There's a cutoff. There's a ceiling for punitive damages in that state, which is 750,000. So
you see some multiple stories here. So whatever it actually happened, you can see where someone will take a little bit of that information and say, "Oh my God, he has to pay this much for this sort of niece," and that's all they'll take. They won't listen to anything more than that. So how many stories actually got around, and what were the actual facts?
So it's true. It's true that they did say he's going to have to pay 44 million or whatever it was, right? But it's not a fact that he's going to have to pay it.
But it's it's true in a certain sense.
It's true. It's true because we all.
You're talking about.
We all agreed that's what the judge said.
Are we doing like a who's on first right now?
What do you mean?
Right? Exactly. With that, I'm gonna go get my coffee. I'll be right back.
I don't know what that is. Anyway, Kevin, what are your thoughts, mate? You've been really quiet. You haven't been able to get your word in. That's why. We'll all sit back. We'll all mute up, and we'll let you speak.
I've just been chatting a little bit and been looking at things on the web and eating brownies but well, I have some video. I don't know if I can share. I'm gonna have to do turn off these effects. Let's see.
What's the video?
Of my property. I took a stroll like through the property, and I just got to figure out how to turn these filters off.
I meant, what are your thoughts on what we're talking about? We could get to your property though. Let's go and have a look at your property.
Oh no. Well,
I want to see it because this is all new, isn't it? This is your new. We were definitely going to ask you about this. Can you? No, it's not going to work. Can you send it in Telegram?
Yeah, I can do that. It's a big file.
How big? So long as it's not more than 2 gigabytes. Or
no.
It's either 500 megabytes or 2 gigabytes. I can't remember. I think it's 2 gigabytes. You're allowed to send up to 2 gigabytes in Signal.
Let's see how to do this.
I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll just have a quick little break while you're getting that ready.
All right.
We're waiting for
yeah, I'll send it over. All right, everybody get coffee and roll joints. Feed the dog, walk the cat. Yeah, harvest spider silk, whatever you do.
Oh, trying to find the bloody thing. There we are.
Yes. Drinks and smoke a joint, Bubbles? Yes. joint bubbles? Yes.
Not ready. Not ready. I want to play another video. Hang on. Hang on.
In this life, what do you think you've learned?
Absolutely nothing. Well, I've tried to learn, but I calculate not a lot really. I've learned that you must treat people properly, and that you must proceed in a certain way, and you must try and have a vibe of how to sort of enjoy situations. So I've learned just to, don't get miserable or fight the misery with some intelligence. This is like the most difficult area of the whole malarkey, really. It's hard to turn something around when it's going, and it's not something that you can learn by well, as far as I can see, it's something that comes to you with a bit of luck and a bit of instinct, yeah? But therefore, it's not something you can ever bank on. I'm not smart enough to figure out what the hell it is or how it works at all, That's why I treat it like voodoo, 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 voodoo. I do find I still have a talent to cause a bit of, stir up a little bit of confusion, yeah? But I'll do what I can to create as much chaos as I possibly can. But my chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of it. When I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea. And 9 times out of 10, I'm on it, I must say. But hopefully, that hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed.
Should we have one more? You ready? I'll just.
Hey, Richie, I just sent you a link. You should be able to get it
in Signal.
Did you all just see that froth happen on Callum's mustache? Oh yeah. Do it again. Did you see that? You had a perfect froth line on your mustache right now. All right, sorry. Break time.
I'm gonna send this to Sarah so she can.
Whoa! Wait, what?
This is from Kevin. It's the video of his property.
The only issue is I don't have sound. Remember, that's the only
problem. Doesn't matter.
Oh, do you want me to
I didn't talk. Oh, it's all just video.
Is there any? There's no sound. There's no. You're not talking.
No, there's
or anything.
really no sound. I mean, at one point there's a heron, and I say it's so, but I think you can see it.
Okay.
Other than that, I was being quiet.
Okay, cool. Okay. Hold on, let me do this.
Okay, so where's Roxanne?
Right, I was just gonna say,
yeah. Say that. Sorry, yeah. We meant to say that earlier. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, apologies for Roxanne not being here. She's just not able to make it today. It's like things are a bit crazy in Roxanne's world at the moment. Everything's a little bit topsy-turvy, and she's dealing with quite a lot. And
she really wants to be here.
She really wanted to be here. She was in tears because she can't. So just if everyone could just send her loads of love.
Yeah.
And
envision her back on here with us and doing what she really wants to do, which is not only being a part of this, but being boots on the ground too, and having more opportunities. And that takes manpower. You know, we don't, I might have a job, but that doesn't mean we have money pouring in for us, you know, and hopes are that things will change. But in the meantime, if you guys can help send some light, and who knows what will happen with that, right?
And some money. And some money would be nice.
Well, and remember, don't put a certain amount on it when you envision putting money with somebody. Envision it more as like what they need, right? And that money form might come in a form of a property, which is really something like she needs, because she doesn't have a ton of options, you know, when it comes to every fucking thing, like all of us.
There's nothing wrong with visioning like gold just pouring into her, you know.
Billions and billions of pounds.
That's a really good, I like that. Envision like gold, because actually that coincides with spiritual alchemy as well, is to envision like a gold solar plexus. So if you can do that.
And pouring into her.
Gold has far more value, far more worth than money. Paper money is... Go on, Kev.
Speaking from my recent experience, when I had kind of fallen into the situation where I needed a place, like my vehicle was broken down, I'm basically just like everybody else that I'm with at the moment, because I went right down to the street, to the faith mission. You know, I have family, but they're far away, and I have, you know, things I'm doing here in town. It just didn't feel like, you know, running when it happened. So, did you lose me? So, I used Craigslist, and I put out what I needed. You know, I just said it very simply, and then I used GiveSendGo because Sarah told me about that. And man, I was amazed. Like, first of all, I was just looking for a roof, you know, just a roof with somebody who is righteous person, you know. So I ended up way out of the city, which is perfect. I'm like out in the middle of cornfields and the forests.
Oh, so.
And maybe 40 minutes from Lake Michigan, and just, you know, like forest full of edible mushrooms. I found like five different varieties of edible mushrooms so far. And like for my breakfast, I found pink oyster mushrooms, like on my morning hike, and I had a farm fresh egg, you know, and some onions, and like, oh man. So like also, you know, like if you're listening, you know, you just you know, like simply put it out in your locality, and then, you know, use GiveSendGo, you know, and make a goal that's going to get you to where you need to go. Like I made mine really basic so that I could solve my problem, and I did. And it got solved like one person. You know, I went to my Grateful Dead group, you know, that basically I listen to music with like a couple times a week. And the minute I got there and went back and checked, my GiveSendGo was already done. Right. So I'm pretty sure I know who did it, you know, but it's all anonymous. But I thanked him, and you know, and then
I've just remembered I've got no data, so I'm not going to be able to do this. I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
You're going to lose me and stuff.
Okay. Richie's got to go. It's okay, Richie. Take your time. If you can hear me. He's got
no matter what you're doing,
so he'll be back though. Go ahead, Kevin.
You
Sorry,
know,
keep
if
talking.
you're growing plants for the first time, or you're taking care of an animal you never took care of before, you know, just put out of yourself what you need, you know, to the universe and to the animals, you know, to the plants. You know, don't sell them short for their listening potential. And
yeah,
You know, I'm
always that.
dealing with a puppy now. I came to this home too, and there's a 2-year-old, and it's great because she's handicapped. She gets around, but she can't take him on his walks. So now, like, I'm his new buddy, you know, and he gets really excited, you know. So he's bad because he's excited, but he's not really being bad. He's just being excited.
You can help harness that too, you know, like,
Yeah.
and it's not that you're totally tamping it. You can let them be themselves, but then they'll start to understand the commands, right, and adapt with you. But that's such a wonderful sync. That's so cool.
You
How
gotta
that
let
worked
them
out.
be a puppy
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
You know?
He totally knows his commands, and you know, so he already knew that. So it's just like, I don't know. I've been out with him 4 days now, and now he's not pulling on the leash. You know, he's listening to me and walking with me, and I can get him to stop and sit down when I'm picking mushrooms. You know,
That's so
it's a little harder to get him not to trample in the black trumpets because I don't think you can see them. You know, they're just like black.
Doesn't know how good and precious those are.
Oh, I picked more today. I picked probably, I don't know, close to probably a half a pound dried, and they sell on the internet for like $16 or like $8 a pound, or $8 an ounce, $8 per ounce dried, and you can just grate them up and put them into like any kind of seasoning mix you put in, because they just have a real like dense, you know, rich mushroom flavor.
You can put chini or something.
Yeah, anything. Yeah, mix them in pasta. Really good.
Just an FYI, I have actually been trying to get your video up, and I don't know what's going on. I'm trying one other thing here right now, but it won't let me, and I wasn't sure if it was because I didn't have access or something, but it's not saying I don't. You know what I mean? It's like it won't load though. It just says your video will be ready soon, and then it just, you know, a circle of death.
Oh, it might be downloading it or something.
No, that's what I'm telling you. I've been letting that sit for forever, and then I hit download, and it's like nothing's going. So I'm just letting you know. For some reason, I'm not having any luck getting it to download or to load.
That's all right.
We'll show it because if you can,
and I can also try to get. It's like right now, it's on my Google Drive.
If it's not very big, I was going to say you can. If you can just send it directly in Signal as the original file, that actually would work perfect. But I hear you. I don't know why it's not working. Who knows? Welcome to Planned Obsolescence.
I know.
Cheers. Yep. So anyway,
Oh, I know how I can do it. Okay, I can get it on this screen. Just a second.
Okay. That'd be great because we could kind of.
Yeah, just let me hide my face because I'm going to be making all scrunchy faces while I do this, so I'm just going to turn my camera off.
And then you got to get like real close up, right? So
yeah, you know.
Can you see my nose hair? I shaved my mustache for you guys.
You shaved?
I haven't gotten in a while, but I always get this one really dark. It's kind of weird that it hasn't been around. Where did it go? I always get this one weird dark black hair that comes right here, and it like when I pull it, you know, it's one of those words like, whoa, that's really long. Like, what the hell? Sometimes like 2 more will come out, you know, underneath it. Yeah, TMI guys. But actually, now that I think about it, I have not had to pluck that, and like I'm feeling for it right now because I'm like, geez, I haven't even thought about it. Usually I feel it. Maybe it just disappeared. Who knows?
I haven't thought about it for a while.
That's your TMI for this week. Oh, there you go. But see, I thought you can't. I tried to do that with my dog. Has this.
Oh.
My dog has this cyst on her arm, and it hasn't grown too much, but I'm a little bit, because of my other dog, I'm a little bit weird, like with trying to see if I can just easily get rid of them, if you know what I mean, like just relieve of them real quick. And this one, it's like I've been talking to it and then having like this healing conversation, like, you know, hey, it's cool you're there. I'm respectful of it. Oh, we got video.
Can you see that?
Yeah, I'm gonna add it, and then I'll put it full screen. Let's see if everyone can see it. It's a little jumpy, but it's
yeah, because I don't have real good Wi-Fi where I'm at.
No worries.
So it may not be good enough to really get through.
Oh, it'll be enough because it's not like crappy quality. If it was like really fuzzy,
I'll skip up to getting deeper into the woods.
It's pretty here. You can play this. We can talk through it a little bit too. But so how long have you been doing mushroom picking in your life? Is this something you kind of like learn from other people? And
well, like when I was a kid, my parents did it more, but I got exposed to a little bit of morel picking when I was younger. And then, you know, when I got older, I started to be interested in other types of mushrooms. And, you know, that led me into, you know, field mycology, you know, identifying different types of mushrooms and then cultivating mushrooms indoors and outdoors. On this property, I intend to, now that I've found those gourmet ones, the black trumpets, I can try to expand their area and to stimulate a little more flush. And the way you do that, if you ever find mushrooms that are like the edible mushrooms you want, you can usually stimulate flushes of fruit by putting ash, and then, you know, especially right before rain, just, you know, get like some ashes.
Kevin, sorry, that was like good. Kevin, sorry, you got cut out, and that was really good information. Could you go back to? I think you were talking about you want to try to cultivate the whoa, what? Oh, that was okay.
Sorry.
You're okay. I was just like, whoa, what happened? No, you're okay. You were explaining how to get them to more or less come back, like cultivate them again. And I think you were explaining something with ash potentially, but you got cut out.
Yeah,
so go back to that part real quick.
Yeah, you just want to take some ash out of the hearth that's like, you know, burnt wood, and you can just sprinkle that in the area where the mushrooms generally come up, and maybe even outside of their normal zone, and especially just before rain, and that tends to send them into a fruit producing. That's what it does. Flooding is also
a bit of alchemy right there.
Yeah.
Turning salts.
You never guess what I just found.
What? What did you find? Shut up. Just laying there?
On the floor. And you know, if I was one of those men that worried about germ theory, I probably would have left it. But as I see it,
Nick the Rock.
What an awesome.
Yeah.
Do you know how many times I've accidentally dropped a joint? Just dropped a joint, like, and be like, "Oh Jesus, man, that was my last joint," or just drop one accidentally. Not me. I mean, who chucks away a whole joint?
Right.
Or in the toilet.
I'll tell you what it is.
Well, it's like me, or it's like if the jar gets dumped over and you think you got all the last bits, but then all of a sudden when you're desperate and you're cleaning one day, you're like, oh, look at the size of that nug.
Oh, this is resin. This is resin. This isn't
weed.
This
I'm at right here.
This
isn't that's why it's on, resin. Is that why it's on the floor?
Yeah, maybe. Oh, and
there's like
Roll very
3
well.
creeks that come together in this one place.
Oh wow, beautiful.
Yeah, it's just gorgeous.
What I'd like
Anyhow,
you
I'll
to
get it
do,
uploaded where it can
yeah.
really run better.
I was going to say either upload it to YouTube or send it to me in Signal, and I'll share it that way.
Yeah.
But we'll definitely
that's-
put it up.
Whoops.
You're okay. I gotcha. Thanks for
Yeah,
sharing.
all right.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm covered.
Oh, we're
again.
in the treehouse. I just noticed that.
Yeah.
We're in the treehouse here.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, this is where I usually do this. Hold on a second.
You know, no, you know, you don't need to do that, don't you? You know, you can just go like that.
Oh, how did
and
you?
like that?
What?
And like that.
Whoa,
and like
whoa, whoa!
Did you not know you could do that?
No. How did you do that?
Cool. It was like a random thing that spun us around.
No, you just point and click. Click on it and drag it on the screen. Drag it
Oh
across.
my god! The whole time.
Yeah, I forgot.
I'm trying
I
to figure
forgot
out,
you could do
Callum,
that.
do you look better up against? Yeah, I think because you're always sitting kind of like this. I was feeling like you're perfect for. Yes, look at that. And then I'm the bookcase right below. Come into the library.
This is a shit joint. That's why they threw it.
Poor Richie.
Beggars can't be choosers, eh? It's still got a
Yeah,
little
it was
bit of
probably
something in
free,
it.
right? A freebie.
Yeah,
You throw it again,
exactly.
and you'll find it again one more time. And you're like, oh, damn it, again.
No, I'm going to
The
smoke
universe
this
wants
baby.
me to
I'm not
smoke
throwing
this.
it. I'm going to suck it up and
We're going to
smoke
get
it.
caught again.
One more day. One more day.
I'm gonna try this.
You'll be there
Really
tomorrow. Oof.
It's a good clearing one.
You can always try some
Clearing.
banana peel. Smoke a banana peel.
Keep
Sorry, I
your
could have
peel.
muted him.
Make a tea out of that.
Ooh.
You always feel more stoned after a good coughing fit, man.
Yeah, actually.
Get off. Isn't it?
So, anyway, where did we get to?
We were talking about foraging mushrooms and how to cultivate them.
Edible mushrooms, not necessarily the psychedelic.
No,
kind.
edible ones.
Same
Like,
thing, though.
Yeah.
no. We're talking about just edible. Like you can probably find out which edible ones are in your area.
Lady's beard and all of
They're
that. Sort
all
is it
over.
lady's beard? What's it called? The beard one.
Lion's mane.
Lion's mane. That's
Lion's
it. Lion's mane.
Yeah.
That's the one I had. I tried to actually go get more of that.
Most
'cause they gave
ladies
it
I
to
know
someone.
don't have beards, but
Yeah.
Pull that up, actually. Yeah, because lion's mane has quite a few. Lion's mane acts as a central nervous system activator, kind of like the same properties as the psilocybin. You know, the magic psilocybin.
It nourishes dendrites.
Gotcha.
So the dendrite is like the matter, is like the gray matter, the dendrites, and then the synapses are formed from dendrites. So it's sort of like psilocybin and lion's mane work really well together for creating new neural pathways and making them lasting neural pathways.
That's actually so. They actually
energy communication.
And that's also why they help people who have like
as well.
senile dementia or Alzheimer's, because the lion's mane helps to reconnect or nourish the failing neural pathways. And then the psilocybin helps them to do, like, we all, when we go through our lives and our daily experiences, we're having all these neural connections about everything that we experience. And then some people get into a deficit of a certain neurochemical, or their dendrites aren't forming well. And so they stop having connections throughout their daily experiences. And so what they tend to focus on are whatever they're connected to. So that's why they may remember a memory from the past and just remember that singular memory. or always when they have a conversation with you, go back to that same. And it's not because it's just because it's a strong, it's like a safe path. They know how to walk down that way, and everything else is kind of like gray. So that's why it's really essential, like especially in Oregon, any therapists that are listening to this that are in Oregon right now, you have the freedom to experiment with your elderly patients who are having memory issues, whether they're diagnosed as Alzheimer's or senile dementia, they're just getting into problems with memory, or afraid they are.
Also the PTSD factor, which I think is incredibly crucial,
Exactly.
because even with the steps that have been made with the bioneurofeedback for these types of patients, because other therapies were ineffective, it hasn't quite been enough, where this has actually stepped in and seems to sort of be the missing pieces. And when you talk about what you just said with it building these new, think about, okay, so this connects with sleep, because the majority of the patients I had, you can imagine, had PTSD. Now think about if they're not sleeping. This is why I do say that sleep, there is some importance to this, because you do actually regenerate brain cell and gray matter during sleep in stage 3. So if you think about what he's saying, like,
when
you're allowing your body to rest. This is again,
So
bringing the state to a state of healing.
If you think about it,
state of frequency that allows for healing.
That's where I say sleep being work as well. You're working when you're deep sleep. You're at a lot of work going on.
Yeah, the reason you should never wake a sleeping baby is because that's when they're growing. Babies grow in their sleep, so that's when all of the regenerative processes take place.
And I've talked about this because, like, if you can imagine, your brain activity during that time is wild and crazy, because it's your body's letting your brain sort of just do its own thing, so it can actually hyper focus on the functionality of your organs. And that's when I see the best sleep, because I see your body working the best. I see your heart rate in the best state. I see the breathing in the best state and the most regulated. Everything's calm. Your limbs are calm. There's stages of sleep where you're twitching and stuff like this. You've probably woken up twitching yourself. So yeah, it's that's why stage 3 is, and they say, like you just said, Richie, you lose that as you get older. But I'm going to tell you, I've had 80-year-old patients that had plenty of stage 3 sleep. So that's a false narrative. That's actually just being pushed by the fact that there's a lot of things that keep pushing that stage 3.
But you've hit a huge one there, is false narrative, because that's your nocebo. That's what, if people are used to, this is the storyline and this is the storyline I'm going to follow, they get old. And they get everything that comes along with that.
Yep.
Their definition of that.
Exactly.
And it's very much like, it's not living. Getting old is not living. If I just say I'm full of life, I'm living, that's it, and that's all there is. That's not aging or anything like that. Aging is seen as something different then. It's actually seen as growing. So you're at that child state where you're growing now, And then we can take this to another level too, which is where the focus of the mind, like what we're talking about, where are you sending your nervous energy? Where are you focusing that energy for that healing to take place too? Because if you know, then you can use that for your own benefit, to heal faster, to heal in a direction you like as well. Because we always get, can we take more? Yes. If you get the question, if you can question yourself, can you take more of that? Yeah. The answer is always sort of yes, like I'll rather heal faster or whatever, or rip the Band-Aid off usually.
You're actually you're really in an advanced place when you're actually recognizing nervous energy. Because like like throughout my life, I thought it was me being myself.
Right.
I thought it was just what I did.
It is.
But then I realized.
But being aware that you're doing that.
They're very distinct patterns.
And it's the outside energy. Yeah.
Very obsessive compulsive loops. Loops. And so when you get to that stage where you actually recognize that you're in a loop, like sometimes I'll see I'm in a loop and I'll just be like, okay, I'm in the loop. I'm recognizing
it's a
I'm
choice.
in the loop
You have
now.
now given yourself
And
the ability.
You're
just-
observing it.
Yeah,
You're
observe
observing it
myself doing
objectively.
this loop thing,
Way.
and then be like, okay, and then talk to my counselor or my people, when I'm like, well, and then when they're interviewing me about my state, I can say, well, I'm spending this much time in my loops, or I'm finding myself not being in my loops because I'm doing this and this and this, and then I'm just teaching myself, like stepping more and more out of the trap or just the pattern. It's not really a trap; it's just the pattern.
Or like a routine that we almost make it, right?
Yeah.
And it becomes like
Some
a
patterns are
comfort
good
that
for
we.
us. Some
Sorry.
patterns are not good for us. Sorry, that was it.
Yeah.
Some are good, some are not good for us.
Right. There's all these subtle routines that are built into advertising and programming and all that is just subtly hinting us back into that, just go back to sleep and just go back to OCD. Don't, nothing to see here. It's okay.
If we want to, this is what Jason talks about, with errants and with people getting sucked in. You're either sucked in by AIX or you're sucked in by the simulacrum. So if AIX identifies you as an errant, it'll
too much energy,
like too much energy has to be expelled on you, so it basically quarantines you and puts you out and lets you, and then you can create in your own in the simulacrum, because the simulacrum isn't bad. It's not, it's our playground, isn't it, really?
Well, one could see that also as Gaia and the AI inside of Gaia as well. Depends which perspective you're coming from as well, because then it's as rules of which realm. Because if you're going along with that, you're in the AI, which you can see people just going down that road. They know perfectly well they're going into AI, not that they're already there or whatever, but they're making the choices now for that future.
Really getting excited about that metaverse.
Yeah, Deadverse. But it's like metaphysics as well. It's like directing where that's going to happen. Like people are waking up to, using the same words, but I'll use these words with a different context and send you here. You end up in a completely different place without your control. I mean, that's how you see the difference, whether you're in control or you're giving up a little bit more, a little bit. Well, but my freedoms with an S, like a little bit more. It's like you're free or you're not, for one. And that's, I mean, back to the health part, that's living. I'm living. I choose to live. So I accept life. So I grow. And in that is growing the mind, growing and physically as well, repairing, growing. If that's a choice, if that's always chosen as well, that's always choosing your freedom, always stating your freedom. I'm not putting anything on top of, which is that, I'm giving it up so I can, it's the easy route. It's the easy route, least resistive, because they know that we like that least resistive path. And that is nature, but it's hijacking nature, So yeah, that's the hard choice.
The comment from Squirrel about lion's mane is it's illegal to pick it in the UK. They've classified it as a endangered species, so it's illegal to pick it. And it's not. It's abundant. It's not.
It's super delicious, so it could definitely.
Brianna Lynn says it has a unique taste.
Oh, it's like when you prepare it properly, it tastes like snow crab.
What?
Snow crab. That's what it totally reminds me of. Snow crab.
What, like fishy?
No, snow crab isn't fishy. Snow crab is very sweet. It's a crab that comes from like really cold water, like up in the Nordic area. And it's not, if you've eaten like the Icelandic crab, it's not fishy. It's very sweet, and it has just a certain type of a protein base to it that when you eat it, you feel like really like satisfied, right? And so it has the same kind of really good, amino acid chains in it. And when you eat it, it takes on the flavor of your subtle spices. So if you saute it, it has the consistency of crab meat. And it's just like, I could totally see how if it was abundant in a place, it wouldn't be for long, because as soon as people eat it, they're like, wow, more.
But it will grow. The thing is, it will always grow. This is what really, even if they picked all of it in the area, it will grow back.
Yeah.
Because it's put its spores out, it's not
yeah, they're using
it's
it.
naturally occurring.
This is one of those regulation things that they pretend it's like for the better of humanity, but it's not.
Well, and also there is a way to harvest mushrooms, and if you don't harvest some mushrooms properly, it makes it harder for them to come back. So it takes a little bit of...
That's true. That's very true. And then it's just like thinking of people being reckless.
There's a way to harvest lion's mane.
Is that one of the ones you can't really grow, on your, or is that one you could, like, in a little more of a controlled environment?
You can totally... Lion's mane, you can buy kits and you can buy it and grow it. Yeah, it's easy.
Oh, I think I might have to start growing some of that.
Yeah, you can buy like a block of spore, and then it'll start growing.
Yeah,
sweet, cool, sweet.
Tyler Arnold, dude. I've written to Archaics 4 times. I've emailed him 4 times because we really want to get him on the show. We really want to chat with Jason. I was a bit standoffish with this stuff at first because he was giving specific dates, saying this is going to happen on the 16th of May 2040. But this is the thing. Like, it was like the pre-programming of no man will know the day or the day or hour or whatever, that quote.
And see, but he's even saying, I don't know if that's what it's going to be, but I'm going to tell you by all my research, that's what it's saying.
Yeah. And the thing is, but my point is that's I had the pre-programming, the subconscious pre-programming running to tell me that nobody can tell me what the day is going to be. But I've watched all of his stuff. I've watched I've looked through his entire website, watched all of his videos, watched every single playlist.
That's a lot of hours, man.
Yeah, I've got a lot of hours, man. So I just sit and binge. And binge stuff. How much of it I've retained? I haven't retained all of that. This is the thing. I haven't retained all of it. I binged my way through it, but my brain overflowed. It's too much information to keep hold of. But I'm intelligent enough to be able to keep hold of it enough while I'm watching it. So the fact that the thing that I can't get past is that it's absolutely unquestionable how much work the guy's put into this, how much research he's done, and how well read he is, and way more informed than me. And I'd love to go through all his work. I don't think I have the mind for that. I'm more of a philosophical person. It would take an awful lot. But the
beauty about watching him with other people, like he's doing quite a few interviews and stuff as well.
Yeah,
so
I've watched most of them. I've watched most
going
of
on as well. Just remember,
I don't come in the chat room, Tyler. I don't bother coming in the chat room. You never see me in the chat room. I just sit and I watch because I'm if I'm in the chat room, I'm not really listening to him properly. I'm focusing on the chat, and I don't want to focus on the chat.
And there's a lot of information. I understand.
So I lurk. I lurk in Jason's chat,
but he always makes it relevant.
I'm really always there,
speaking to and stuff as well. It's a really good. As opposed to just watching him, I like probably the interviews more, where he's bouncing back and forth a bit, but
I really like him
finding on the spot like what's relevant in terms of what his widely read, because he's read.
Oh man, he can point to the
Placing
book on
it.
the shelf where he's getting the
Anonymous.
information from. He
Yeah.
can point to the book that
Or
he's getting the
bring it, yeah.
information from. He knows he's got a.
He's at.
I don't think he's got an eidetic. He's not got an eidetic memory, but he's got that. He's got the mind that can
Almost,
file.
yeah.
He's got his mind's like a file of facts, like, and he can just sift through it. But I also connect with him on the ex-convict side, so not the same thing. Not my story's completely different to his, but
you had to deal with that.
I had to deal with it, and I had to, and it was high security that I went into for the first few months that I was away. So yeah, I mean, I'm really. It's weird when you say you're proud of somebody, or like, who am I to feel proud of him? But I'm proud of him as a as a convict using his time like that, because I didn't. I was so twisted in my head, like I was so kind of messed up with the situation because of the reason I was in prison. And all of it.
But
I was
now
still.
this is a good question, because like, how long has it been now that you've been focused? Because there's a lot of things that you're well read up on. When we have conversations, that you're like, yeah, I read looked into this information, yada yada. So how long have you been doing that for? Since that time of you being a convict, like you have to look at
9 years. The last 9 years.
There you go. And so you have to look at that as part of the evolution of your story, and it's the same thing with him, because I think it's the same thing. Like, it's been like the last 10 or 15 years that he's like heavily focused on this. So something like a switch flipped.
I mean, he was in prison for 26 years, absorbing that information, though, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was so he was absorbing it for 26 years, and then when he got out, that's when he started
reading up. It's like it's funny how you do hear stories. There are stories of people empowering themselves in prison, getting access to literature and reading up and finding
educated, man, coming out with degrees,
Yeah, exactly.
I think what he's done is far more useful. That's the funny thing about the U.S. and how corrupt it is, the prison system, how corrupt it is, and how these guys, like I was talking about nowadays, they have access. They watch cable TV. They have, I think, can have some connection with social media. They have access. It's like, actually, they'll tell you this. They want to go back into prison because that's the life they know. That's the comfort they know. Institutionalized.
And they have everything they need there.
Institutionalized.
As it is.
But they're just not their visits.
Yeah, people can see it as a place they actually want to go as well. Like, some people actually need a break.
My last 3 months in prison, because it was my last 3 months, so I was essentially a D category prisoner, which is I forget what it is in America, the camp. I think it's the camp prison. Like, it's the fourth category, low security. But I was in a C cat prison, which was basically a B cat, because of the young offenders that were there, which meant that it was 23-hour a day, 23-hour bang up if you didn't have a job or education. So I went and did carpentry, but the last 3 months I was there, they put me into the super enhanced wing, which was like a DCAT, because you had a key to your cell, you had a private bathroom, and there was a pool room and a kitchen, and the whole wing was open all day until 8:45 at night. So from like 8:45 in the morning till 8:45 at night, it was open and you could move around freely. But then you had to go and lock yourself in, at 8:45. But that last 3 months, I remember sitting there, and actually, it was like, I've paid for worse in a travel lodge, right? The room that I was in, the only thing was it had bars on the windows, but they were big windows, big, massive windows, and there was a forest out behind. There was the wall, but then a forest, and yeah, the bars on it. But the screws in there warned you about a drug test, and they gave you the opportunity to basically fudge the P test. So when you were P tested, you passed. they'd give you like my PO came up to me and said, got a P test this afternoon. So that gave me lunchtime to go into the kitchen, grab one of the rubber gloves, cut the thumb off, make some tea, put that in the thing, tie that around, wrap it around, like get a lackey band, tie it around the thing, and then they let you. They're meant to strip search you before you go in, before you do your P test. But that's what they did on the drug-free wing that I was on before. Twice a week, you got piss tested, and they'd stripped you, stood either side of you while you stood there and peed naked. But in this wing, that you went into a private cubicle and closed the door behind you. Like, just break the end of the thing, put the tea in. What they're supposed to do is test the water consistency. If there's too much fluid, if there's too much water in your urine, you have to take it again, because it means that you flush yourself. You can flush yourself. If you drink and pee, then all you're peeing is water, and you pass the drug test.
I've had that, well, it's interesting. In the US, you have to take a drug test for every job you get too, and then same thing. But I had an experience where I had to get my P test.
All they tested was the temperature.
Being to prison, you know about urine fasting then, or urine therapy then. That's interesting.
Yes. Yeah, but I didn't know that then.
By experience, you know.
I've lost my train of thought now. But anyway, I connect with. I can not connect, but I can relate to. I can relate to him a little bit, you know. And I said to Sarah earlier, he doesn't strike me. I don't get it from him that he's somebody that lies.
I think actually he tells you straight up, like he's read all this stuff, he's made all these connections, but he has straight up said that just because I've said all of this doesn't mean it's the end all be all. And I probably live my life a little more because, and if he doesn't
know, he doesn't know as well. He says, like, I'm sorry, I don't know anything about that.
Sure, it's like people razz him. Like that one, we were talking about that one channel the other day where they've got a bunch of things razzing him. And like, it looks like that's the majority of what he does on his show is just beat down the bigger YouTube channels on how ridiculous they are without really any evidence, scientific, to go back up behind it. It's the same thing with people like just bashing down the flat earth without, and it's like, again, like, let's have a debate. Let's like break down one subject at a time and start really talking about it, because it's more about than just labeling it, right? So anyway, it's really interesting.
So Tyler, dude, because you're in his, are you a moderator in his chat, or do you, if you could, like, next time I'm trying to get, I want to get anybody in his chat. I want to get people to say, dude, you should go on the Wide Awake show, because we really want to get him on here. Where have you guys gone? Just pop off. Look at that, they've popped off together. Look. Oh yeah.
They're up in the top of the tree somewhere.
Say again. Oh,
they went up to the top of the tree.
You're stuck in it. I like that, in the treehouse.
Taking a break I'm on the
roof.
Here.
You're on the roof.
On a limb. Out on a limb.
So let's give a little shout out to the chat room. I'm just going to
subscribe.
Yeah. I don't do that enough, do I? We don't say that enough. And also, there's three channels running this show right now. So I've got all three running, and I haven't actually set them to run. I've got to mute them all.
If you click the share button and then you copy the link, YouTube counts that as a share. You don't actually even have to share it to
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So you could. I didn't know that. So if you copy the link,
another cool thing is if everybody here, like, at the same time pushes the unlike button, and then the likes fall down, and then we go 1, 2, 3, and everybody pushes like, the algorithm adds a couple extra likes in there, because it sees suddenly that the channel is getting liked by a bunch of people. So it's like, we think other people should like it too, so the algorithm likes it. It's crazy.
Well, if you like it, unlike it, and then like it. Not press thumbs down. Press thumbs
No,
up.
just
Press thumbs up again.
Just take your like off. Push
Yeah.
like again, and then wait, and the numbers will drop down, and then we'll say push like again, and if everybody pushes like, the numbers that come out should be actually more than the sum of the total.
Hey, Alex.
I saw somebody like finding all these little kind of breaks in the algorithm.
I think even Alex, I think he's actually peeked in on our channel. I'm not 100% positive, but he said something that made me think he's watched one of our episodes.
This lovely lady here is an administration whiz.
Hi.
This is her.
My current resume shows that I'm an administrative assistant for high-profile executives. If you would like to hire me for your services in handling your calendars, your schedule, and your everyday needs, please look for Mindful Exposures. Was that cheesy enough?
Such a brilliant voice for that. You got the perfect voice for that. That was absolutely perfect. So, Tyler, if you do speak to Jason, just let him know that there is an admin right here, and we were talking about this morning.
I've been working with Cam. If I start, actually getting money for it, that's something I can actually start leaving my current situation towards. Then that's something I would be able to jump in more with Cam on doing, because that's something he and I have talked about. And that's, again, why you guys have seen me do some logo work for him and Bernie. And by the way, also, Jason, if you've seen my logo work, it's not too shabby.
Three channels now? Well, 4 channels. You've done it. And are you doing something for Roxanne as well?
I did something for Roxanne, remember?
You've done something for Roxanne.
For M. M is the one that needs something. She's on my mind right now. I think that's the one that's being delayed. But you want to see Roxanne's? I'll put it up.
Yeah, I'm sure. Have I not seen? I must have seen it.
You do. You've seen it. You've seen it.
I can't remember it.
I'm getting poked at. So I'm gonna just give me 1 second, and then I'll pull that up. Okay.
All right. No worries. I did actually say I was going to shout out the chat room, and I didn't say anything. I'm going to work from the bottom up. So we're going backwards with the comments. We were thinking about each other. Good to see you, darling. And Clarice, darling, I see you subbed me. Thank you very much. Just JP.
Peace.
If you can hold the laugh back, that was great, Sarah. I don't know what that was. We're going backwards with the comments, so. Mythoclast. You must be in Roxanne's channel, I reckon. But welcome, dude. Or you might not be a dude. You might be a dudette. Vivenness420, it's always good to see you. And to joy now. My bloody mouse. I click the button I click it like 4 or 5 times until it comes up. That's only you guys talking. Tyler, Jolly Man, Angel Wings. It's always good to see you, darling. I'm looking for new names. I can't see any, but we got 37 people in it. Squirrel Sniper. There you are.
Thanks, guys, for being here. I'm loving that it's totally becoming this Sunday crew. I love it. Good conversations, too. Thank you for being here, Callum and Kevin. I really appreciate it.
Oh, yes. Now I remember. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Stand up. It was. I had to take that picture. I just want to say, because sometimes I look at it, I'm like, I think I could do a better job. I can make it look a little more like a sign and make her look a little better. But I had to take that from a screenshot from this badass video. If you've ever seen it of Rox.
No, she hasn't got the original photo. There isn't a photo. It's a screenshot from a video.
Yeah, you are a perfectionist though as well. So it's like always you can do something. Right. That's you. It's not.
But I think
anyone else looking at it going, wait.
I think this is pretty perfect. What do you guys think?
I love that one as well. Morgan, good to see you, buddy. And Brianna Lynn.
Sorry, I need to take this off. Wasn't trying to shut you up. I couldn't get back to it. Anyway,
I love that. I love that. And like I said, when I first saw it, I couldn't see it clearly because it was a little tiny thumbnail, and my eyesight is starting to fail. I think it's just because I'm going to be 45 next month. It's just it was.
Don't put a curse on yourself. That was something. Have you heard, Callum, of doing eye exercises to improve your vision? I have. I just found some info on that. I mean, it makes sense, right?
Well,
but it's just it's just a series of.
You're working it like a muscle, so you
Yeah.
must. It's like where you're putting that nervous energy, where you're putting actual physical energy as well.
I know it's because of my. It's because I'm malnourished. I know that's why it's purely.
We went through those ones.
Stop cursing yourself.
Well,
because that is something that can be fixed as soon as I can, once I'm eating properly again, once I'm able to eat.
That's having the energy, the backbone.
Yeah.
And then also where you want to go. I mean, you have to have the building materials.
And the thing is as well, this has been, how long has it been? God, it's been a year. It's been over a year in the situation, not working and having regular income coming in. So, and I've been fasting. I mean, well, since the start of the lockdowns, basically, was when my eating just got completely. It was like pay rent or eat food. So. It's been a really. What I'm saying is, it's been a really bloody long time. 2.5 years of not eating properly and becoming malnourished. It's taken 2.5 years to get malnourished enough for me to be able to. I can see that I cannot focus on things that I could focus on 6 months ago.
I say the quickest way is raw eggs to get back up to a nutrient.
Oh, do you know what? There's an advert on Singapore. Because I got the VPN, so I plug into Singapore. And Singapore, they say my eyesight improved when I completely cut out eggs from my diet.
Interesting.
Cooked
eggs.
That is interesting. I wonder if it depends what eggs you're eating.
When I'm talking like that, I'm always talking sort of raw. So I'm always thinking of raw eggs. And that's also, literally you can give someone who's in a really bad position just eggs, and they're just only eating that, maybe vegetable juice, something like this as well.
But
that's the best one, Kev. That's the best one because it looks like the lights on you. It looks like the lights shining through onto you.
Like and then on the
trees, and then you're like in the house.
Oh, but also, look, there's what I take as well is the Shilajit as well. It's like one of the fastest ways to get your nutrient deficiencies back to where they need to be is just a constant. First I'll probably mention food, but then Shilajit is a very good, because it's whatever you get to, you're only having the tiniest bit as well. Like it's that quality of dense nutrients where you can just correct people's nutrients just with that.
Gotcha.
And that's why Andrew he sells it, I think, Shilajit. That's always at the start of his videos as well.
Who do we need to know who this is? Probably.
Who's Andrew?
With a link.
Kaufman, sorry. Did I not? Andrew Kaufman.
No.
He always has,
Kevin, I'm seeing some of your messages. I'm sorry. I'll get that link set up.
Yeah, I just saw that message. That we'll use that for the next one because we've only been going for 2 hours, man. It's Sunday. We've got at least another break. One more break.
Actually, you know what I was going to do real quick too is I need to download a couple, at least 2 of our old shows right now, so that we have room for this one to upload because we lost that the Sunday show we did with Bernie in our storage because we didn't have the space for it. So I need
Yeah, because I thought I thought you were doing that. Because
Yeah, well,
I can download. They're like 8 hours. Which, if you tell me which ones you're downloading, I can download a couple, but I don't have very much
I know
space
you
left.
don't have the space. That's what we talked about. So it's all good. I'm gonna do one right now, and we'll go from there. So in case I start going, that's why. And if you hear, I let her outside, and she's back in already.
How old are you now, Morgan? You're not that much older than 40. You're only, if you are older than 45 now, you're only about 47 or something, aren't you? You're not that old.
I think I have his birth date in our directory. Pretty sure I do.
Or maybe you're 50.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you look
you're 50
really healthy though for being in your 50s for sure. You don't look 50. It's amazing. That's something I just can't get over. And I feel like more and more, I think I'm being surrounded by people who maybe are supposed to be sticking around or something for some reason, but they this cat. Anyway, I keep running into people who look really young for their age.
I mean, Kevin looks awesome for 70, man.
I know.
You are absolutely rocking it, mate. 70 years old. Like. I'm sorry.
58.
I'm sorry.
Just turned 58.
58,
but I feel
mate.
like I'm more just.
Well, dude, I mean that's you
That's
don't
amazing.
look 58.
Nope.
You don't look 58.
I was trying to remember 45 just now, and I'm like, I have to count the years, and I'm like, oh shit, I can't remember that year.
Yeah, but it must feel like it was only yesterday, though. Really, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can remember younger time easier. Is that a bad sign? I don't know.
I guess it depends where you. It depends where you're at and what you're doing, doesn't it? Like if you're doing it.
Yeah.
But if you've got a really stressful job, and or if you're doing a really soul-sucking job, that's meaningless, boring, repetitive, and a lot of men are at 40, 45. So
yeah, I've pretty much had chronic unemployment since I was young. I mean, I've been working, like I've been doing like mostly humanistic type work.
Yeah.
The type of like I've been living alongside other people who are living as much as possible.
This is what it's like.
So
exactly, like that's why it's like you the way you're labeling it. It's been viewed for so long as like that's the poor way to live. That's the poor man's. When we're actually, what people are realizing now, it's some of the happiest way to live because the kind of connections you made, the kind of experiences that you've gone through. It's clear. Because I know you've traveled a lot, and they say that about traveling, and this coincides with that, the Chris, what's his name, the guy who did the Into the Wild, and that he literally gave up everything, and he's meeting all these amazing people and these stories and all these experiences that he took in. Like I thought it was so cool to just see that he even worked on that farm in South Dakota. And anyway, but yeah. So what you're saying is
my traveling. I'll just do this briefly, but my traveling started as a survival mechanism, like fight or flight. I didn't want to fight, so I just get up and run. Like when I was 16, I got in trouble smoking weed, and there was a big confrontation between my dad, who was a drinker, and me, who was a pot smoker. And rather than sit there and do the time, I just packed up and ran. And by doing that, I left the state. I was going to California from Indiana. I ended up getting as far as Utah, and I had some friends out there, and just kind of got a perspective from people who weren't trying to push me back. They were just trying to help me see, I'm 16 years old, and so, and the next time was like, I made a plan. If I ever felt suicidal, I would go to an island, go to tropical island. And so it happened when I'm in my early 20s, after my first divorce, after my first introduction to a big pile of cocaine. I wanted to kill myself, which
Dude,
I found out later was not uncommon.
that's
You know,
very
like,
that's very similar to what happened to me, man, when I was like 21 years old. Is he frozen? Is he frozen?
I don't know. Is he messing with us or is he frozen? He was, yes. You froze up.
You froze up. Yeah, dude, that's like felt like. Well, it was doing drugs that stopped me wanting to kill myself. I wanted to kill myself, so I started doing ecstasy and stuff. But then to get away from that, I went to a tropical island. Well, not tropical; it was Greece, but you know, it's as close to a tropical island as I was going to get.
Yeah, I went to Jamaica.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. And with that, I knew how to make hash, and I knew how to make hash oil.
Man.
And I took a hot VCR player, because it was before they had VCR recorders, you know. Yeah. So I had like a rental VCR, which I just took with me when I left, you know, on my whatever saved my life trip, you know. So I traded it. My friend, I met some people who actually, the man who owned the house was a drug cop. He worked in the grill, but he had a house up in a place up in the mountains from Montego Bay. And so he owned the house, but he was only there like on the weekends when he wasn't working. And then the growers, they took my VCR and there was a plantation nearby, and they traded it for some 180 proof rum and a bunch of weed, like a tarp with a mound of weed, like big mound of weed. So we proceeded to make hash and hash oil, and they were happy. They learned a new craft. I turned my life around, you know, turned my perspective on myself around, you know. I more just was becoming more of who I was.
See, that's what's interesting, is that how many times I've heard that story, and I didn't necessarily do a lot of drugs, and my trauma is different, and I still think I benefit. I just think now that I understand maybe microdosing, regardless, the amount of times I would run into people who had exactly the same experience you did was enough for me to go, there's something else to this whole picture. And what they would say they saw, and it's that whole thing too of you know, everything is one. Have you ever seen, I sent Richie, there's this video, we could watch it because it's for use, and it's a woman who, it's from the 1950s, and it was a housewife's experience on LSD, and how she's trying to explain.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that on, I've seen it before.
It's really good.
Have you seen the ones that they did on the British Army and stuff? The British
You've
Army on LSD was funny.
Yeah, you've shown a little bit of that. We've watched that in the background. Yeah. So that would be a good thing to play on a break thing. But yeah, it's really. Yeah, go ahead.
And I was just reflecting on this. It's like, it's just okay. It's just uncanny, or I don't know the word for it, but every time when I went out like that, I went out into the unknown, allegedly, you know. The first time when I ran away, I found out after I started to go west that one of my best friends had just been transferred to Salt Lake City, Utah, which was right directly in my path. And that's exactly how far I got. And he was 10 years older than me. He smoked weed and everything. So it was just like a safe haven for me to recollect and go back. And then when I went to Jamaica, it was like I went there headlong. And then once I got there, it was like, what do I have? Well, I have this skill and this skill, and I'll need to meet somebody who has all these resources, you know. And then boom, I did, just through that nature
See,
and then I just started to trust in that, because that's really how it works.
Right. I wish I could remember the name of the guy, but there's a guy that 20 years ago, or in 1999, he bought a school bus and he didn't want to work, but he wanted to travel across America and do it basically on goodwill and, you know, trade and just being a nice person. He did it, and it's like we're 22 years later, 23 years later, and he's still he actually got a massive name for himself. He's what's his bloody name? Because he's a truther. He's one of the original truthers. He was talking about stuff this whole time. He's always been talking about this stuff. And
does he have land now? Does he live on land now, or is he still on the bus?
I don't know. I think he's he's off the bus now. I think he sold the bus to somebody, or gave it to somebody.
It sounds familiar, but I won't be able to remember the name. And I don't know if I've watched it closely enough. There's a guy I've told you about named Rob Greenfield, who he's done like I think a bus thing, but he also did biking. He biked around the U.S. and he showed how he could survive just on dumpster diving alone. And it was cool because he'd pull out all the food that he'd grab and he'd show you, and show you the quality and everything, so you could see how most of the stuff he was getting.
If you know the dumpsters to go to.
Yeah, is it Ben or is it? I don't remember. No, it's shit. I feel like it's something else, but it is Greenfield. Is his last name? Anyway, but yeah, and he's been a truther on the whole food, food forest concept, and that's the thing now is he has land and he's showing, and I know like a lot of people are talking about that. It's like turning our lawns, our perfect green lawns. It's so funny how many people have the perfect setup for the perfect green patch that they never touch.
It's illegal to do that in the UK. It's illegal to grow. It's illegal to grow vegetables or food products in your garden.
Well, so it's perhaps.
I think it is in America as well, isn't it? Isn't it?
No,
you can't.
Well, it's more and more.
Some states you can't collect rainwater, but no, we can grow vegetables in our.
Yeah, we can grow vegetables pretty much in the city, anywhere.
Or it's the front garden. You can do it in the back garden, but you can't do it in the front garden.
You can do it anywhere, I believe.
Yep. Yeah.
No, in England, I mean. In England,
but
you can grow them in the back garden, but it's illegal to do it in the front garden.
There are areas though that have something called HOAs here, so they're like elite prissy neighborhoods where they have rules like that, where they probably won't let you put raised beds in your front yard because there's a certain aesthetic.
Yeah, they have HMOs.
So we look really good. Okay, guys. Okay.
Gated communities, no gardens allowed.
Got it.
Well, we're gonna get Beth Martins on, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, and we're going to talk about PMAs, about private members associations, and getting one set up. Basically, getting a private members association set up for the Magic Tree House, and we're gonna
GiveSendGo up here at the top.
We're gonna do that. We're gonna create a space where we have a constitution, where there's a constitution basically, and it's kind of your own. You're sort of your own sovereign state in that sense. I think, you
make up your own rules.
It's your rules. You make up your own rules.
No masks are to be worn here.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, no, we can't say,
whatever. Yeah. That's just an example, getting around last man or some shit, but
no,
whatever you like, really,
no
rules.
Hair.
So
This is
so what
where
does that say?
this is where this is sort of like with what we want to do. This allows us to have a little bit more free will in that concept, where kind of like what Berlando has done. Dr. Berlando has done. He's no longer obsessed about his credentialing. You know, he had an MD. I don't know if he still is. I don't think he's kept up on that.
Well, unless,
He was licensed in a couple of things, wasn't he?
Yeah, and I think he even got his ND at one point, and he's decided that at this point, like you've talked about,
wants to go to a license? Like,
there's no point anymore.
But they brainwashed everybody into believing that you have to have a license. Like,
just think about the clients you would receive if you actually said, you know, advertised, I'm an unlicensed medical practitioner, highlighted, bold, unlicensed. You'd get a different clientele, right? But it would be a lot more awake and aware, open people.
Like we talked about, Calum, though, you
I
can
always
say,
think they're easier to fix.
You know, these are the modalities, and it's sort of like talking about your years of experience and like who you've maybe taken some knowledge from, but not necessarily like run your entire practice, because that's really, I think, what needs to change is this like specialty kind of concept. We should be sort of looking to take it all on. I think we should
or be open to anyway, at least. I mean, you know,
yes.
There can still be speciality. However, you know, to be able to use a whole different bunch of modalities, why is that a problem now? Because it is.
Yeah.
You know, it's not. There's none of that freedom to actually use a whole bunch of different things that work to get the best option for your patient. You know, because at the moment, like for you know, this doctor-patient relationship or whatever, they're tied to the fact that they can do the best that they can for their patient in this way, you know, using these products or whatever. Right? They're limited to that. Whereas it should be completely open, as I see it. But I mean,
exactly. And it should be at your own discretion, right? Like you should be seeking somebody that you can maybe word of mouth, but not just one person. What was that? It's like somebody's rule or something. It's you want to get approval, or you want to get what's the word I'm looking for? Like a
basics, like a good experience, bad experience. So if one person has bad experience, they tell 20 other people. One person has a good experience, they tell 2-3 other people or whatever.
Yeah.
Really.
But or somebody also
it's funny how that works, isn't it?
Like a reference, like having 2 people back you up to say, yes, this person is like performing, you know.
Well, isn't that usually, I mean, that's the better form of work anyway. Like I tell you myself, in terms of what I do, I never advertise for anything.
Yes.
It's always a reference, you know, anything I do. It's basically, I'm just saying yes to. Yep.
So tell us, Calum, for some people who haven't heard about what you kind of do, can you kind of explain and maybe even show
Well, when I say that too, that's across the board of everything I do, because I do a whole bunch of different things, because that's the way I am too, in terms of that's how I've set my life up, so that I am just saying, yes, what's next? Yep. Okay. Yep. I'm doing that. So whatever that is. And because I've developed whatever skills I have, I use whatever skills I have. So sometimes I'm lighting like this week, you know, I've done lighting and talk coffee and stuff as well. You know, while, you know, a lot of healing sort of stuff I do too is online and stuff as well, because that's just easy.
Yeah. Do you do it through video like this?
Skype's always best for me when I can work with someone one-on-one as well, but just because that's easier in terms of getting to outcomes and stuff. Or else I feel like I'm writing like essays and stuff in email, which I do too. You know, you write a whole book, but it's I'm getting, you know, when you're explaining a whole bunch of things, that's where the videos and stuff sort of help out too. If you've talked about it, you can always reference someone to a video or something.
Yeah, that's a good point. because that's the one thing I've been doing is collecting these exercises I keep finding for different techniques, like especially with the foot, with going barefoot. And there's all this thing about getting, making sure you spread your feet out in a certain way so that to me, this just makes so much sense with the acupuncture points in the foot. And this is to help with any kind of knee pain you can think of. So we constantly think, oh, my body's failing, but there's, I think, ways around it. And I want to learn more of those techniques.
You see how acupuncture, acupressure, whatever ties into so many other modalities and stuff as well. So it's like referencing that.
New medicine. Sorry, because you made me realize that, and then it was like night and day how it connects. Yeah.
I just want to jump in because Angel Wings she's gonna pop out and she's going and she's popped this up, and I just want to say to her quickly, Angel, you are allowed, you can overtake, but you're not allowed to go more than 10% over the posted speed limit. So if you're going more than 10% over the posted speed limit, then you'll get stopped.
I don't know.
Just move to Oregon. There's a lot of country roads, and there's not enough sheriffs to cover them all, so you can just like do what you want. I'm just kidding.
I don't actually know where you live, Angel. I'm not sure where you live. If you're in the UK,
the Midwest. No, I think she lives in the Midwest. Maybe not.
I'm not. Yeah, the regulations may be different here in Australia. I'm pretty sure.
I haven't driven for over 18 months.
There's different from state to state too. There's a time. Sorry, go ahead. Wisconsin. That's right. I should have known that because that's where I'm from. Duh.
Right. Yeah. No, I just haven't had a car since January. No, Christmas 2021. Christmas 2021. The bastard took it back. I hadn't paid the rent for like 4 months or something. But yeah, because it was in the middle of the bloody bullshit.
Life's a bitch, but we get through it, and we're gonna fucking be rock stars because of it.
Well, I'll tell you what. That's actually a good thing to talk about, right?
Look, I'm on Wisconsinites here. Just had to say that. Yeah. Sorry.
So the narrative is shifting. Everybody must see that, how the narrative is shifting. It looks like they're getting ready. I can see what they're going to do. They can see what's going on with the vaccine, with the jabinations, but like they've reversed all of their policies. I'm still not going to say anything because they're still assholes, and we'll probably, we just can't trust them. But all of their community guidelines regarding certain things, like face diapers, little pricks, and their effects, and what they can do and what they can't do, and what they may cause and what they may not cause, or definitely don't do. And now they're focusing on the T-man pushing the FDA to give the vaccinations quicker. Damn it! I said it.
You said it.
I said it. But yeah, to get them out faster, and now they're going to try. You can see they're going to shift the blame. They're going to say, "Right, it's all his fault, man." Like, they forget the fact that for up until this point, they've been claiming credit for it. Like, Biden's been claiming credit for it from day one, claiming that he didn't. He claimed full credit for it, didn't he? Until it was pointed out that he'd already had it before he even got signed in, kind of thing. But what are people's thoughts about that? How they're shifting the narrative now? How they've quietly taken away all these things, these restrictions, these censorship restrictions, and yeah, they've done it without saying anything about it. And it's a really big thing because people have lost their channels, people have lost a lot of revenue from view. You know, like I've seen what the view, how much revenue channels make off view counts. Like if you're getting in the hundreds of thousands of views, you're making 3, 4, 5 grand a month on.
But it's
just on those views. Like so, if you get 250,000 views in a day, you'll get 3,600 or something dollars from that. So if you're getting those views every day, you're making 3.5 grand every day just on 250,000 views. And so these channels that saw their views just slashed, and or you know they'd be getting massive view counts on all their videos, and if they'd been allowed to put those videos out, they would have got the views on those as well.
Yeah, would have been what
and
it was.
So now that, but yeah, now it's all no. So
but
now actually you can say,
what is it? It's also a training. Like people have been trained. Like you've just been doing it. So I'm not going to say this. I'm not going to say that.
Yeah.
So
it
doesn't
we've been trained to self-censor, haven't we? Yeah. We've been trained to self-censor.
Does actually having the rules there in black and white matter at this stage, or have you set in a condition?
What's that experiment that they did with animals, where if they went to a certain point, they'd get it's Pavlov's dog, isn't it? And then take the thing away, but it doesn't make any difference. That's what it is.
Well, this is what I was talking, like the dangers of this sort of stuff as well, because we're adaptive creatures. We adapt. That's what we do, right? So when I'm forced to do this or whatever, I do this to myself, and then this is the way I am now. And you do that for 8 hours a day for like a year or something, even 6 months, even 3 months. You do this every single day. It's a different amount of air to the brain, all of these things. So you adapt for that environment that you've put yourself in, that new terrain, right? But when I now take this off, you've adapted.
Yeah.
You know, and it's through feeling stuff as well. So you keep that adaptation. It doesn't matter that you've taken that off. You've already damaged yourself and you stay there. Because that's we're safe now. You know, it would take effort to retrain all the muscles and everything and the thinking around all this to get that breathing back to where it was before that. Intelligence, all of those things as well. In relation
coincides with sleep apnea.
This is like damage people can't even see at the moment.
Yeah.
But I see it because of conditioning and stuff.
No, and this makes sense. That's what I love. This coincides for me with the conditioning I've seen throughout the medical field.
Joey.
But then, like the breathing, why sleep apnea is so rampant. It's literally because we're being taught like how not to breathe correctly. We've been told this. You remember that. You remember you're told like, oh, why? At least I guess maybe it was more because I was in choir, and maybe that's where the difference is. You know, because they're telling you how to get that sound, so they're showing you how to take the proper breath. And then let's talk about the importance of singing and something that's really fallen out of our culture, singing and dancing. That I'm showing you guys, like just shaking your body is moving things and getting that balance to happen because you're shaking it up. You're forcing things to change that maybe don't want to change. Good chaos. So this again is just I love how it all just comes right back around.
Welcome to the treehouse, Susie.
Outside of someone's regular patterns and systems, so it shakes up those patterns and stuff too. It's like doing something different feels uncomfortable or whatever. Only the first couple of times you do it as well. So just physically putting someone outside of themselves.
I have a question, Callum.
Stretch time, by the way.
Have you? Is there been? Have you had any spraying over you? What are the clouds like where you are?
Well, that's funny because today it was cloud cover all day today, from being very clear. But these are like popcorn clouds as well. So
seeded popcorn
but also
clouds.
with electromagnetic interference, which usually shows up for us.
Yeah,
too.
with the patterns, it shows.
You get that, yeah.
They
You can
put
tell
them into lines. That's the
where it
heart
hits at.
manipulation, isn't it? The electromagnetic at the ionosphere, in the ionosphere.
You can see it radiating outward too if you follow those lines, and you can see very far here as well. But it's very rare here. That's one of the beautiful things about being here as well. It's very rare.
The only reason I ask is because of your cough, mate. Because of that cough.
I think something went down the wrong throat there because I had had to pause and actually get it out, whatever it was.
Yeah.
So it's like it's coming out. My talking stopping it, sort of thing.
It's just your body, like needing to get rid of it, right? And Hugh, with you talking about breathe. So I actually, when I explain to patients with CPAP why it's good to try to breathe through your nose, is because we have natural siphons in the nose as that enact like a mini CPAP, like a mini pressurized machine. So when you do breathe properly, you actually take in sort of like an influx of air. Instead of it being like a stagnant pressure, you're actually taking in a little bit and then that's what it helps open and reduce inflammation when you're breathing properly, because then the same thing happens when you open up your lungs and then your heart starts pumping the proper way, which then allows for your blood flow and allows for everything to get to the organs and then
because you got mouth breathers and you got nose breathers, right? But what cemented this for me is looking at the difference in body shape and stuff, because you become that. A lot of people don't realize that they become one or the other, right? And if you go to the mouth breathing, your body and everything goes out of shape. That's what I notice. That's what I observe as the similarity of what happens. And when you go back to breathing through the nose, controlling it for a while until it becomes unconscious and natural to you, your body shape changes. And it changes to that freedom of airways open, expression, of course.
I try to focus on it when I'm walking. When I'm walking, I try to focus, and like when I'm walking up the hill and stuff, I try to focus on keeping that.
You bring your focus back to the controlling of the breath, which is through the nose. You're not really controlling much through the mouth there.
No, the only way you can control it through the mouth by pursing your lips. But
remember also there's other things like we are, it's a filter system through the nose as well.
That's what I was going to get at with the warming of the air concept, because that's really what's happening, and it's creating its own humidification because it's collecting the molecules, the water molecules, and then humidifying the air in your nose, which is that's why you need a humidifier when you have a CPAP machine.
Yeah, this is using your tool properly as well. And when you focus there too, when you're running or something, using a lot of energy, it's calming you down as well. So it's slowing that breathing down.
Leafy.
Yep, exactly. So it really, because it's really kind of what it comes down to is we've sort of, as a society, started hyperventilating. And we really, most of it's we just need to, don't yoga breathe. I'm not talking I always used to say that to my patients. Don't go to the extreme end and start taking these crazy long deep. Start, in an in-between. You can go to that. I think you should push yourself there. You should also push yourself. I'm learning now to the shorter breathing. It's sort of like Callum talks about this ebb and flow thing. You do kind of need those variances. But I'm just saying in general, you're probably breathing a little fast. And if you slow down your breathing, you might notice a whole world of differences just from that.
And if you try and focus on your diaphragm, breathing with your stomach, not with your chest.
Yes.
Taking a full lung of air.
When you flight, all of your breathing's up here in the chest.
Yeah.
When you're relaxed, all your breathing.
Which is probably why nobody's breathing properly.
Well, you're getting more and more relaxed and stuff. Where does your breathing naturally go? It goes down, down, and down until you're. That's actually a trick I do too. to rapidly go into a trance or rapidly go into a deep relaxation very quickly is actually the beginnings of a snore. So, because everyone knows
right.
it too.
You were telling me that, yeah.
You just put yourself into a position and a breathing technique that you know naturally. And if you put your head down,
I used to put my daughter to sleep with that. I would put her to sleep, but I'd have to be careful because, you know, there's a fine line when you're really doing it. You have to keep yourself from going down.
Yeah, but in that is also control, where you're teaching yourself control over that as well. I can allow myself to let go and go down, or I can maintain awareness.
Yeah,
this is really beneficial for you. Yeah.
That's a super good point, because that's what's made me realize why I've always been a good sleeper, because there is like this mental thing, but I know it's just,
I have the off switch.
And it maybe that does coincide with me being
an
from a young age and controlling my dreams. So then in turn, I was able to kind of control my sleep. Yeah.
But a lot of people don't learn that it's just something that happens, and they haven't spent the time to actually consider, how do I fall asleep?
Oh, I know.
And when you consider that, you become a self-hypnotist. And
I've got that down to a T, falling asleep. It was actually, do you know what it was? Right? I'll be honest. I'll be upfront and honest with you. It was cocaine. It was doing, when I used to do cocaine, to get to sleep, I did this meditation trance, you know, I don't know. It was focused breathing. And I'd focus on my heart and stuff, slowing my heart down, really slowing my heart down.
Listening to your heart,
relaxing, all the muscles, like actually imagining all the muscles relaxing from the toes all the way up to my top of my head, out to the tips of my fingers.
That's awesome.
It sounds like the premise for a really funny comedy sketch about the guy he has to score some cocaine to go to sleep.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, despite appearances, that's not my bag anymore.
So imagine
I don't get bags anymore.
I've never done cocaine, but I do that same thing.
No, but it would be dated. Well. It would be 80s, you know? The guy would be wearing disco clothes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Man,
but
I used to love chords.
Imagine where your brain.
Chords.
Yeah. I had a pair of corduroys I absolutely loved. They were burgundy.
They were so comfy.
I wore them until they wore out in the crotch, in the knees, in the butt. I think I think
mine were burgundy as well.
It's like I, bent over and it just put a nice big right in.
Oh no,
burgundy's
I red.
I have to throw these away. Anyway,
mine were brown. Yeah, that's not burgundy, is it? Burgundy isn't brown.
No, mine were burgundy.
Oh.
I love those pants so much. They're so comfortable. Okay, sorry. Anyway, that was another like very hippie thing to do. We thought we were so cool. Very white, blue class, upper blue class. Like, not trying to put my parents actually were the poorest in our community. I think I've talked about this, and all the kids drove like BMWs to school. And here I come in like this 92 Grand Am. My brothers drove. It's a hand-me-down to me. It died on me while I was driving it. I love the shit out of that car, though. That car could take corners like a champ.
Like it's on rails.
Going off topic again. What were we talking about before this? Oh, so I wanted to get back because I wanted to get into sleep, because I think this is important. I think just so you guys know, if you've had I had knee surgery. I had a piece of my femur bone. Like my kneecap was because of actually it had all to do with my foot and my arch support at the time. But I was doing a lot of this when I was playing basketball, and my foot was rolling in this way. And so more or less what happened was my knee, what do you call it? I can't think of words today. Dislodged. That's not the right word.
Dislocates.
Okay, thank you. And that happened. But then one day it happened to me when I was trying to shave for a game. And I was getting ready really early in the morning, and I started doing the splits, but my back leg slipped, probably because of compensating from not being strong enough or whatever, and then it just like snapped, and my kneecap went like this. It went all the way over, took a piece of my femur bone. And so it had to be pinned back in, and I had to have 2 surgeries, and I was told I was going to have a knee replacement by now.
Knee surgery.
So what I'm getting at is I think that we're actually, and they actually were shocked at the way that it healed the first time, because he's like, wow, like all your cartilage grew back as if it was normal. I've never seen that before. They were getting ready to take cells from my spine, cultivate them in a lab, and recreate the cartilage. But see, I don't know what it is, you know. What I'm getting at with this is that even if you've had something removed, never worry about it. Never think that you're deficient now because of this. You know, there's all sorts of things. But what I will say now, moving forward,
the link's in the thing if you can make it. But
yeah, Rox, if you have a chance, we get it though. But what I'm getting at that is that moving forward, what we've actually discovered with kids is it has a lot to do with our mouth shapes. It does make me wonder, and I'm not going to get into this because it's very controversial for me to be bringing this up. But when they talk about, there was this talk of that kids were being born with larger heads than what their mother could give birth to, if that makes sense, without other intervention, i.e. C-sections. Okay, so they're saying because of the increase in C-sections that children are being born with larger heads. Okay, this could be some false narrative, of course, right? But what I'm getting at is that there was sort of this change that was noticeable with kids being born with the mouth shape issue. And I do remember as a kid, I had a friend who had this like grid system put in her mouth, and she had a key that she had to turn. And what it was doing was widening her palate. And that's what they've discovered with kids. But hear me out. There's an easier solution to it. And they actually do have surgeries for people who have, where let's say their jaw is like back like this. And that naturally causes, when their jaw pushes back, to push then back on their airway, especially when they fall asleep, because then it just goes on itself. So there are successful procedures for those people. They'll have like really bad apnea in some of those cases, and it will reduce it to almost nothing by what they're doing, though, is extending the jaw. They're taking the jaw, they're cutting the jaw, pushing it out and putting a piece in to extend it, and then kind of rebuilding in a way. So obviously I'm getting into details, but there's a type of exercise you can do, and I've actually kind of forgotten about it now, and now I need to go double check on the exact terminology, but it has to do with the because there's a mandible orifice device that you can wear, that you wear a mouth guard that brings your jaw out. That's a way to treat sleep apnea. But there's exercises that kids can do that they're teaching them now, and then they have it's assessed by a dentist, but really it's just about like getting the palate to properly grow so that you don't get this high arch, because a lot of times you get the high arch in the palate. That's where they're seeing higher cases of apnea. And if you think about it, it's all going to have to do with airflow. And it's going to cause that to push up on the nasal cavity and allow for more chance of like a deviated septum or a blockage in the nose. And then in turn cause for mouth breathing. Then the rate of their breathing changes. And then you can imagine that just causes a stir of issues. And so a lot of kids that had their tonsils and adenoids taken out was, one, because they would tell you they inflamed from having excessive strep throat. But the other reason, and what you're seeing now nowadays, is actually sleep apnea in kids, which I actually think is more connected to the introduction of electronics, excessive disruption.
What's sleep apnea?
And sleep apnea.
What is sleep apnea?
Sleep apnea is where you stop breathing in your sleep. So if you've heard of people who snore, it's not, but hear me out. Snoring can be very natural, actually, and just be a slight, maybe you have a deviated septum, but it's just like, it's just hitting a spot. But actually,
I was in prison with a guy that sounded like he was going to die.
See, and that's sleep apnea. There's a difference. Steady snoring is not sleep apnea. This is sleep apnea. Silence, 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 silence. Because they're trying to catch their breath.
That's what he was like.
Was that
it was really bad, man. When I was sharing a cell with this guy, it like a couple of times I went and woke him up because it was really, he sounded like he was going to swallow his tongue or something.
Yep.
Because it was like he was
you were
trying
doing,
so hard, and
that's
his
exactly
tongue was
why.
in the way.
So that is like a majority of what I did. You know, that's really why sleep studies became more commercialized, because they were able to commercialize breathing machines. And now what I know I'm going to do, a huge portion of what I'm going to do is try to see if I can do my own studies and show the improvement with breathing techniques and other methods to help with sleep apnea, specifically since that is such an pandemic. But what I'd like to do is work with the central nervous system and see if I can do central sleep apnea, which is really complicated. So what I will do one time, and I keep talking about this, but I will put it together a better visual, because what I do like to draw out is like how we would monitor breathing and the different types of apnea, because there's a type of apnea where your brain says, wait a second, this coincides with us having to do where this and CO2 retention and the ramifications of CO2 retention, especially in our brains. But what was I going to say?
I like that one, Kev. Sorry, I like that one, Kev.
Oh, what do you mean? What do you like?
His background.
Oh, that's a real background.
Is that your real background?
Yeah,
real, man.
I think that looks cool, man.
That's why I was like confused. I was like, wait a second, what? And now I'm thrown off. I'm trying to remember what I was going to say, but it'll come back to me.
Sorry.
Sleep apnea. Breathing.
Apnea.
Oh, the type, central sleep apnea. I wanted to talk about central sleep apnea. So,
central sleep.
Sorry, that's what I was trying to get at. So when that occurs, it's actually the brain is saying you have too much CO2. And what naturally happens is your body will hold this. Have you ever noticed when you're walking around, all of a sudden you'll just hold your breath? You'll just find yourself going, like this, and you don't even actually really know why. You're actually releasing CO2 when you do that. It's a natural thing that your brain does. It says, oh, you have too much. I'm going to actually have you release that right now. So central sleep apnea, though, is where that is like off. That mechanism is off in the brain. And it can be connected to other diseases, but it's kind of in its own world. I kind of see it connecting to narcolepsy, or not narcolepsy, or REM behavior disorder, which is connected to PTSD. And I would like to do studies with that as well to see if the microdosing and other frequency types of therapy.
I was just going to say that. Microdosing before sleep.
Like, oh, for sure. I want to do that, but I also want to do like those who don't want to microdose. I'd love to have 3 categories: placebo, microdosing, and frequency therapy. I don't know how I would do that with placebo, but I can figure that out.
Also, I would think that using light and sound machines in coordination with breathing exercises, like guided breathing exercises in an altered state, so that they were actually learning like in alpha or even in theta. You were like coming through on a speaker while they're in theta.
Okay, hear me out. I think there's delta, and I wonder, and then I think there's the mimicking of REM that happens during some of these. That's where I think the memory sticks in, because there's all this research with sleep and REM, where that's where we sort out our memory. So if we actually, that's that gamma.
After using the machines for a long time, I could be conscious in delta. And when I say is conscious, it was more like I had a little bit experience with like Placibil's, like heavy downers. So it was that kind of being conscious. Like everything was like slow. Like I was aware, but my awareness. I think it's
delta. Yeah, I'm not positive, but because I've seen high functioning like people who are on meth, and I've had to do a study on that patient, and their brain activity mimicked delta. And I was very confused as it being my first time seeing that, to have a full-on conversation with this person, like they were fully alert. But yet I'm looking at this brain activity that's like that person shouldn't be that person should be dead asleep.
We're adaptive beings.
This is something that we need to explore, and this is where we know the government already has. What do you think they were doing with all these experiments with these drugs and the MK Ultra? You know, why do you think we're talking right now about this programming? They know exactly how to stir our emotions, how to get us to go into a certain direction, which is sort of like kind of coincides with our conversation last Friday and talking about the AI being able to read our minds with the algorithm.
Well, here's like an anecdotal story. I work for Crown, which is they make amplifiers, and they made the best amplifiers for like audio stuff, like professional audio. And the reason that they made the best is because the guy that owned the company was like a engineering genius, and he actually invented the machine that they use for sound analysis. And the machine that he patented and sold was not as good as his own equipment. So whenever he was making his equipment, he always had the advantage. So all the equipment that we're actually using to look at the brain is just the equipment that's been published.
I agree with you. Yeah, because but the one thing I will tell you is like I can in the pattern of watching the brain, I can see when it's not in the right place. When we have our electrodes on the, when I had to train students, and I'm going back in, and we have to now we do set all these parameters, right? We have automatic filters, low and high threshold filters that get placed into this. So who knows what we're filtering out on top of that. But I will tell you, I can see the difference if my student doesn't cross-reference their connections. Just so you know, Kevin is showing off his 360 camera.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's an
good,
AI
good. Yeah, everybody, this is
cam.
Stretch. Everybody, get up and stretch. Oh, yeah.
If I stand up and stretch, all you're going to see is my junk. So I'm just going to sit here. No, it's not that. It's just, I'm only wearing tracky bottoms, and
I should have done this 2 hours ago. We didn't do our 1 hour stretch, so I apologize, guys. Please get your stretching out. If you're new to the show, this is a regular thing. Get in the habit.
We're going for 2 hours and 51 minutes, man. Actually, I do need the stretch this time. I can feel it.
It feels so good, especially more and more. You start to realize how to do your own stretching to get to the spots that are affecting you. The big thing is always our shoulders, because we're constantly doing this all the freaking time, and this and this shit. Awesome. But yeah, Kevin does have this really cool 360 camera. If you hadn't seen it in another episode. And that's why when he does this, the camera follows him. It's pretty fun to watch. I kind of like the way Callum's doing it more. It's like a what's the? So I told you, giving a word, a mime thing. I'm in a nutshell. How did I get into this nutshell? That's my accent.
Oh yeah, this is where this cell came from last time, isn't it? Illuminati confirmed and all that.
Yeah. Because he was messing with it and doing this stuff, and so then I was like, "What's going on, guys?" It's that hour.
But people don't realize that it's these little bits. It's these little bits. 2 hours and 53. Jot that down. 2 hours and 53 minutes. We take the little snippets out of this to make the
This is going to be videos after 3 minutes. It's going to hold the attention. It's going to be an attention grabber. Oh no, this is not the Illuminati.
I'm really hoping, actually, guys. I'm really hoping that all that actually gets attention on the channels that like to razz and say everybody's an Illuminati, like the one that took a shirt from Archaics. Oh, look at that! He's got a Mason symbol on his shirt. Well, who made the clothes? Because most of the clothes we buy, So Illuminati confirmed.
Pretty much everything is either owned by or influenced by somehow. Like all the thing. What is it they say? Symbolism will be their downfall, right? But the symbolism that they're using is ancient, and just because they're using it, it's like They've attached a lot to it.
Well, it's a version, isn't it? Just a version.
But we can take it back. This is our realm, remember?
Yeah.
We are the creators here. They're using our powers. They have none of their own. So
Exactly.
we just take it back. Yeah, exactly, Mythoclast. They just hijacked sacred geometry. You silly willies. We say,
Well,
I say silly Billy, but silly Willy works as well.
Silly Willy.
The hacking it makes sense to me. Like they don't want you to use it. I do think that there is some weird black magic type things, but I think that it can be used to our advantage. I think really we don't need to do much. I think it's pretty simple. The manifesting thing seems and has shown itself to be pretty simple. It's sometimes hard to remember though, because we're so stuck in this world that's been built around us to remember to wake up and go, oh, if I just do this right away, that'll really solve a huge portion of my problems. It's funny how easily we forget that.
Do you remember that video? Which one was it? I did a video about where the guy was talking about manifesting, and he said, when there's no emotional attachment to what you're trying to manifest, that's when you'll manifest it.
You made a little short, right?
Yeah, because he was talking about.
Is it that We Write Reality, where he's talking on a radio show? He's got headphones on. I think I just found it.
Yeah, I think so.
Pretty sure this is it. I'm pretty sure. I'll send you the link. It's one of your shorts, right? Actually, didn't you have? I thought you had this in here. Already.
Yeah, I thought I did as well. I just tried to find it.
Let's see if I can real quick. We might have too much shit.
Thought forms create reality. That's it.
Yeah.
So.
Susie just quoted Terrence McKenna in the chat. We could spend the whole day talking about Terrence McKenna.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Can you hear that?
Beautiful. Startup revolution. No, I can't hear it. Hold on, though. You know why? Because it's not open. You don't. It's not. See how it's not in our screen?
Ah.
Okay, I can hear it now. But
have an iPhone.
There we go. Yeah.
Your power, that's what they thrive on. You want to see
it's a little soft.
It is, isn't it?
You ignore them. You talk about this being physical reality. Try and decode your physical life as you would interpret.
Which is weird. Usually, you don't have a problem.
Something in your mind so obscure that you don't have any emotional charge to. Something.
Hey, is this better for my mic?
You focus on a couple times a day.
Yeah, actually, I think it is.
Okay.
Let me see,
I
Richie,
just switched over to the
okay.
computer mic.
That's too low anyway.
I was gonna see if it was
that video.
Available. Yeah. Oh, here. I got it. Hold on. I can download it. Yes. 1 second, everybody. We got this. We got this. We got this. Wait, this isn't it. Is it? What's this? Oh, never mind. It's like a 10-second thing. That is not it.
I heard you just mention the Terrence McKenna thing. I don't know if that you've already brought that up, but I love that.
Right.
And I mean, so Jason says that this, the simulacrum is trying to convince us that we live on a globe. The way the stars move across the sky and everything, it's all to make us believe that we live on a globe.
Okay, ready?
These people, your power, that's what they thrive on. You want to see this system collapse? You want to see the system really collapse? You ignore them. You talk about this being physical reality. Try and decode your physical life as you would interpret a dream that you've had. Think about something in your mind so obscure that you don't have any emotional charge to, something silly like a pink elephant. that you focus on a couple times a day, that if it appeared in your reality, you would know it's only because you were thinking about it. When you have those weird little coincidence things where you think about things and then it appears in your reality, that's because you don't have any emotional charge to it. You're like, oh, I'm going to think about $1 million and get it. Well, there's a lot of emotional baggage. But if you think about, I'm going to see a purple taxi cab, you don't have a lot of emotional resistance to that. And, you say, oh, that's kind of weird. I was just thinking about a purple taxi cab. If you change the way you think, you will start to find out that consciousness creates form.
That's perfect.
Yeah, that was quite frankly, I think.
I think you can manifest the other way as well. You can manifest with a burst of emotion as well. That's like that quiet on the other side, when it's released. That's also manifestation. So, I mean,
I think it depends on the emotion.
Like the idea of karma there too, with that. You're manifesting your own karma and stuff as well.
Yeah. Because
emotion here is a physical movement. Yeah.
And they also say that you should, in the visualization, it should be as if you're in the moment. So gratitude and happiness that comes with the gratitude is an emotion, but that's a good emotion to put into it. It's a more creative emotion to put into it, isn't it?
It's a charge. You're charging it, as I see it. It's like when you're appreciating something, you're acquiring energy.
Mm.
When you
that whole thank you, right?
That's when you're gaining energy. We all know about losing energy. When do you gain it? And that's the beauty too. I can close my eyes and do that, and I can imagine something and gain. And it still resonates. What you appreciate resonates. You're gaining that energy that you can focus, direct anywhere, utilize. Mm. Most people don't realize that, by the way, how to actually get energy. And
that's interesting. It's an interesting correlation to like electronic research that Bernie could add to, because when you're working with circuits that you're trying to get like the greatest potential of electricity, the important thing is resonance.
Resonance,
and when the circuit is actually in resonance, it actually makes
you drop the amount of power.
It's actually musical, like the sound that comes out of it sounds.
But you reduce the power. The power isn't itself; it's producing its own power. That is free energy too. Yeah.
Right.
It's like you get a flywheel up and running. It takes all that energy to get it up and running, but once it's up and running and it's hit its own resonance, it's hit its speed it likes, where you're just going tap.
So the concept of like creating its own vibration just from like the motion of the music is like its own energy, right? Sort of like a speaker pumping out.
It's happy spot. It's like you are in resonance now. That's your happy spot. That's your medium. It's like everything has that. And tuning to that.
That
so
resonance.
It's like tuning to a Schumann resonance or something as well. We are already tuned to these as well. We're resonating these frequencies as well. Same as brainwaves as well. When we're hitting those brainwaves, we're resonating those frequencies. So that's electrical. That's all electrical.
I was just going to highlight that one.
So that oscillation.
Yeah.
The oscillation that sounds like music. It's like a little chirp, and it's happening at the source, but that's traveling in the in the electrons all the way through the wires. So that's just like action. When the action is like in the best resonance, then that travels. And,
you can see it perfectly with piezoelectric crystals and stuff too. So I'm taking that physical wave and transferring it to that electrical signal oscillation.
Yeah.
Or pulse as well, you know, but really it's just always on, and it's more or less, right? Not this or that. It's always there. It's more or less.
Right. And so right there on the screen, you can practice like when you cook your food, like you're cooking for some people, and if you just like get yourself into a really beautiful place while you're cooking, you know, like appreciate all the elements and think about the people that are coming, and you'll just be amazed at the flavor of the food and the comments that you'll get back. And you know, that's what'll happen to the leftovers if you don't if you don't do the right thing. And the next day when you come back to get the leftovers, it's going to kind of be nasty. You won't
If you're
eat it.
angry and frustrated while you're making the food, it may turn out to have burnt itself. Now, my dad is actually a beautiful example of this because and I think it's because they say this about the taste of the food. The taste of the food comes with the love that's put behind it, right? Like you've heard that before.
Yeah.
And so me, with my dad, it makes so much sense. And I've told him this, that I was like, Dad, I think your meals taste so good because you put so much love behind it. He cares so much about what he's providing for us, you know, like that importance and that love that he put behind it, because it's about the love for his family. It's a beautiful thing. And I definitely notice it. And there's times where it's like we have this moment while we're eating it and realizing how good it is, and I see how much joy that gives him, and then he's got to usually crack a dad joke, and that's when I know we're good. You know, I know that energy has transmitted. He's the best. He has the best dad jokes, like just for the hell of it.
That is true. Who are we? But they might have just opened it and had a look inside, you know, and then just accidentally not put it back on properly afterwards.
So
I've seen other people. I've seen other people have done this. The nothing one was different. The nothing one that I've seen on two different, the same experiment but two different people. Nothing always had it's like a mold, like a furry protective covering that covers all of it, and there's slight discoloration in the thing, but it's like it sort of protects itself with this covering of like a furry thing. So that it's a definite thing. It definitely, if you do the rice experiment and you do it properly, you put the rice into sterilized jars and you do it, you'll notice exactly the same.
They actually, you know, this is a great thing I think to do with your kids. Great way to show them. But I've done this now with everything, because they're saying to do this with your water, and I'm in situations where I may not be able to get access to like the most pure clean. So this connects to that. I showed that image. I could pop it up again. I don't think we need to. Oh, I realized I was showing this to myself. I was trying to show how many different experiments there were. Sorry. So you guys saw me leaning over. I thought I was sharing this, but there's just a ton. That's what I've seen, is that people are doing this themselves to show it, and I encourage you to, again, if you have kids, this would be an amazing little project to have them do. So anyway,
if the jar's not sterilized, though, it won't work. You know, it's not going to be. It might not work properly.
Well, and I agree. Now, I want to point out something that I'm not sure if you realize with this jar, is that not all lids are created to actually secure all the way down on a jar. So sometimes you're still going to see a ring, so it's going to look like it's not closed, but it actually is sealed.
It looks like it's actually it looks like it's actually slightly askew.
And that's what I'm trying to explain. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like it's actually like cockeyed.
Just a little bit, yeah. Okay. You know, it does that sometimes when you.
Yeah. So, but again, though, like here, look at, they said Adolf Hitler versus Mother Teresa. That is interesting. So this is the pictures I've shown.
Their thoughts on their attitude.
Yeah. Good
who's
point.
doing it, who's saying it.
Though you do kind of wonder more like if there was a way to have an AI neutrally say these words and see what happens would be interesting, because they do say, we do talk about the cursing behind words. It would be interesting to do an experiment with that.
You're taking out the observer, are you?
Taking out the observer? What?
Yeah, I mean, who set the experiment? Like blind, double blind.
Yes.
Get Siri to say it.
Because the observer affects the experiment.
Yep, that's very true.
That's why they do that, right? Oh, do they? Does the observer affect the experiment? What are you admitting to there?
Yep. So, the one interesting thing though is the experiment where they show polluted water, then they show you, doing the connotation behind it, and then what it looks like after, and that's kind of what I was just getting at with this part. But yes, counts very
Transform.
Yeah, like cleaning and purifying something that's already polluted with good intentions and good energy. Yeah.
I'm not sure it's purifying, but it's transforming it into something else.
Yeah, that's probably a better word.
It's the same thing as like, because people are, we've talked about saying good morning, and it's almost impossible to avoid saying that because there's other people, and it's not impossible. I shouldn't say that, but
unless you're not up in the morning, that's
it's impossible almost to
say good day.
hearing it. So if you put a good connotation behind it instead of immediately thinking, oh, that means something bad, because you can almost feel like as soon as you start to go down that pathway in your mind, you can almost feel like this weird energy take over you, probably a weakening really of your field is what's happening. But yeah, it's interesting.
I don't know if I feel. I guess that maybe that's what the feeling is when I hear when somebody says it, and I go,
just saying.
I just say good day, good day to you, good day. Grand rising.
Someone comes up and says good morning, and someone comes up and says morning. It's what's meant. It's what's behind it. It's not the words at all. Then, isn't it? So it's like if it's not felt, don't say it. Say what you are. Say what you feel.
Yeah.
Or don't say it at all. I sort of stick by as much as I can. So good morning. Usually I'm saying, because here in Australia everyone says, you go, how are you? And they're not too bad.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're bad? Bad, just not too bad.
That doesn't
Oh, you're good. Okay, excellent. But they lift themselves up a little bit then anyway.
Yeah.
Even when people say, oh, I'm fine, I go, oh, okay, that's good. And I said, and sometimes you think that put them off, but I think it's just the way that I present myself. They don't take it that way. And usually you can see their spirit slip pretty quick, because I'll be like, yeah, I'm good. And even if that's the new thing now, is that I used to say I'm okay if I wasn't feeling that great, my tone would come down and everything. And there is a whole new mindset thing going with me, but I go, no, I'm going to say I'm good every time, because I'm going to put that intention out there that maybe right that second I didn't want to say good, but guess what? I'm going to say it because that's what's going to
usually I'm asked to, when are you asked when you are not feeling good, you show it, because everyone puts exactly who they are. They can't. Your body is the truth teller. Yeah, you want everyone to know exactly what's going on. So you want people to ask and say, hey, are you okay? Because that is a form, because what they're doing is giving energy. They have to bring themselves up or whatever to like give more. Oh, how are you going? You're all right? You good? You're good? You're okay? Yeah. Bringing up that energy. And that's what you're actually looking for a lot of the time as well. By doing that, you notice if you don't need it, it's not asked usually. It's just never happens. Or happens at a different in a different context or whatever as well.
So I think we should take another beverage break. Kev's just reminded me, and it's 3 hours and 15 minutes. So
and for all you that need to take a pee, see you later.
And we will be back. I can find the bloody intro.
Until I'm finished with mine. They want us to fight, but we just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. I used to be mad at the government, redirected some of my anger towards the mothership. Trying to guess which shall live in hell sleeps under when the grand scheme plan keeps all these people wondering why we still running in place, frustrated. Pride is mistaken for hate, it's upgraded. I got a little breath left, less suffocated. Pointed the epiphanies and call them all drug related. The time I spent with my life on bent, trying to find the friends inside my head. Must have disengaged every phase and stage of my I'm coming of age. My unofficial auto bio will be accompanied with tips on how to smile. Cause I found that when they don't see you frown, they never know that you're a threat and they don't sweat you when you come around. So who's gonna be my next door savior? Step up to your neighbor and do me a favor. Take off the mask, let it all collapse. Empty the pack and watch your wings grow back. They want us to fight, but we just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. They want us to fight, but we just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. Society becomes jealousy, intimacy becomes intensity. Say it with a smile like it's meant to be, and all of a sudden, boom, American family. And I can tell when you're mad at your past, because you tend to take them turns just a little too fast. I can tell how you push your foot on the gas, that you already knew that you was gonna finish last. Slow it down and take a little time to look up at them clouds with the fake silver lining. Up in a tree knowing damn well you'll never reach the top, but you don't stop, you keep climbing. Well, okay, it's settled. No more nights in this weed and thorn infested metal. From this day forth, only forward I pedal. Get the memo, I'm cutting the strings to pedal. Shuffle the cards and let's argue. Rooted in between the computer games and cartoons. Stop and watch us all get lost between God and a shot of scotch. Let's get fly. They want us to fight, but we just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. They want us to fight, but we just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine.
Hey, I don't know if anybody else is back, but I'm back. I just had to mute you, Kevin, just so you know, because I think it was echoing back. Anyway, I wanted to bring up that no, unfortunately, the song was not in 432 hertz. And I have looked into it, so it is something that I would like to do moving forward when I record music and trying to switch it up a little bit. But I just love that song. And I guess what I tried to do, or I did try to do it just then too, because I wasn't really thinking about it, was put out the intention to put it into 432 hertz for you and like change the frequency. I wonder if we have the capability to do that ourselves potentially. But the whole thing is, and it'll be interesting to talk to you about this, India, is that I did research into, it's easy to do the audio as far as I can find, and there's like several types of programs to do that. But the problem is that once you create a video in because mainly I'm using Premiere, and actually I've had Richie do most of the videos lately because of the amount of time it takes to deal with all the glitches that I end up dealing with Premiere just to make a cool quick edit. I did research and I found out that the Premiere thing, it's going to take some work to get it set up. And as far as I could tell, I feel they did some things to make it harder. So anyway, moving forward, that'll be the goal. And then I also did see what you guys were talking about with the throat singing. And again, I want to reiterate how good that is for us that I found out. And I think Cam can back this up in the sense that not only are you vibrating a part of our body that's like one of the only ways to work those muscles in that area, but also this is another remedy for sleep apnea, is because what it's going to allow is that reduction of inflammation and then properly opening, like stinting the airway up. And then you're also doing deep breathing a lot of the times when you're doing this type of singing, because you're revving up to get it, but you're also like, just think about that vibration that you put around the base of your throat when you do that. And this is why I also think like even opera singing is probably amazing benefits, because again, it's the amount of lung volume that you're using, and then the way that you actually to push those notes, where you have to push them from. A lot of teachers will say, stop singing from the nose, you're singing up here, I can hear you in your nose, sing from your face, sing from your belly. And so this is that connection. Yeah. Sorry, Kevin. Say that again.
Yeah. That relates back, that the story I have about where I was like at the concert, and I was sitting there, and I went to speak, and it was like my voice got caught in my throat, and I couldn't push any air through my throat. And then like this friend of mine who was a great musician just sort of like appeared there, almost like Scooby-Doo, and she's like, she's sitting in lotus position, like floating next to me, and she's like, just push it from here, and she just did what you just said, down at the diaphragm. And then it was like when I pushed my voice from my diaphragm, all of a sudden I start throat singing.
That's amazing.
Total Scooby-Doo. I had a total Scooby-Doo episode in my life. Yeah. It was awesome.
Kevin, this is like, I feel like I know you. I feel like I met you in Milwaukee when I was like 21, and you and I had a conversation, and you told me one of your stories. Like, that's how I feel when I talk to you.
Possibly.
I definitely knew you from a past life if I didn't.
I was in Milwaukee.
Were you?
I was in Milwaukee years ago.
Like
yeah.
2000, maybe like 2004 or 2005. Those were like my
early possibly. I'd have to scour my memory pads.
See, I probably did. Like, I ran into you at a bar, and you were just like, I'm talking with my friends, and you chime in because you hear what we're talking about, and you start telling us the story of, one time I took these mushrooms, in a cabin down the river, and I saw the entire universe. But I'm serious, like, these are the stories that changed me as a person, that even though I didn't personally take the drugs, like didn't have these experiences, the stories I've heard have awakened me and opened me up to so many things I never thought I would understand. And now the connections are ridiculous. You know,
a lot of things that drugs have done for me has gotten me to be still long enough to notice.
you froze there, but be still long enough to notice. I love your face. Kevin, if you can hear us right now, you're frozen and your face is just amazing. There we go. And he's back, friends. I love it. It was like,
anyhow,
you were like real excited.
Cool. Yeah, awesome.
I love it.
But anyhow,
it's always those moments.
It's really slowing down and noticing things that are actually happening. Like one time,
observing more,
like blazed,
becoming more aware.
Blazed on mushrooms, laying still in a creek, and a dragonfly landed on my toe, and then he flew away, and then the next one came, because they travel in a group. So it was just like countless. It was like maybe like 15 or 20 in a row landing on the same spot on my toe, you know, in this hyper sensed up state. You know, hearing their wings go right past my head every time. It was just like, but that stuff can happen if you're, you know, if you're zen enough.
I was going to say that I've always felt I've had this really deep connection with nature. And I immediately, as you were telling that story, think of growing up in Wisconsin and being on the lakes all the time. Because and that's the thing, from a very young age, I was outside almost the entire day. I talk about like when the weather was good, it was hard to get me to come inside. And when the summers, we were always on the lakes, and like we were either canoeing on the rivers or something, or floating. And I've had quite a few experiences with dragonflies, specifically this one-on-one, hearing every little, and I'm not high, you know, well, maybe I was on another type of thing, but as a kid, just having this deep connection and really stopping when everybody else was really busy, stopping and really taking in that moment to, like you're saying, like, you know, and then I'd be the one that'd be like, oh, you know, when they show this later and they show the technology of slowing down that motion, and you really get to see like how this insect is operating, and people are really into it. It's like, that's what you get when you're on these, when you get from your experience of, because it slows everything down. And I can resonate with that, with understanding now my connection with nature, and why I don't think I always needed to do those kind of drugs, because I already had that state of peace, that beauty that it's like, it's a brainwave thing, like you talked about, Kevin. It's about using your brain different levels so that it probably changing the hologram in front of us at the same time. Even though maybe it's not visually that different, but it's sort of like Spider-Man when he sees something and the time completely slows down. It gives us this ability to like manipulate time, maybe, you know,
perceive more as well.
You've got
more perception, literally seeing more energy.
Well, I haven't done, one thing is like, I feel like I am going to have an experience. I know for sure I want to try a few things, and that I haven't yet, especially because I want to be able to talk about them moving forward in practice. And one thing I'm not experienced from not having done these things is that kind of what people talk about, like, I already feel the oneness, but there's like a visual, you know, there's like a whole change, and I don't think I've seen that, and that would probably break a few boundaries potentially. But where you almost see the grid, you can almost see the exact structure that we live in front of you, and I have not quite experienced that, you know. So
yeah.
I've just realised that I forgot to play that bloody video, Kev, in the break.
Yeah,
when
play
you
that
said
video.
this would be good for a break.
Sorry.
No,
You know,
we've had the break now.
Kev, when I looked at this video you were going to play, it's funny.
Isn't that great?
I was going to ask you if you saw the video I showed of them building. This reminded me, the exact structure reminds me of the video I showed of them where they built it into the hillside. it's just built very similar. I noticed. It's really cool.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't. But I just got totally into that guy's whole like groove, like how he grows his own food and how he just he couldn't really see himself not doing that now, you know, and how he has a total relationship with he likes pork, so he has to raise the cow because they like the milk. And
yeah, maybe just zoom forward to when he's talking. It looks like there's a spot where they're kind of interviewing him. That would probably be a good spot to listen. Yeah, like right in there. Beautiful.
like 4,500 square feet.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's my idea. That's my dream house. That is.
Yeah.
I don't need it that big, but
that is my dream house, man.
When I was 17, I got kicked out of high school and moved to Moab. It was just this wide open mining town. Things were so relaxed. It was a real culture shock for me moving to Moab when it had like 4,000 or 5,000 people in it.
You look quite similar.
I'd hike for a quarter, go to school for a quarter or two, and then a quarter of mining.
That is so cool, man. That's what
I gotta go for a minute. You guys enjoy it.
My way through college.
I gotta go downstairs and meet some people.
I was doing that, and then I got involved in stabilizing Indian ruins, and I got more and more into the wilderness, and then I didn't see any news, didn't read anything. I completely got away from it.
Look at that stove. Or fire, or whatever. It was a fire, wasn't it? Fireplace.
And stove. The landscape looks so familiar to out here. Similar to out here.
There's areas that it's got to be almost expansive as it is in Australia, where there's just land. It's almost like I talked about in the high desert.
One theme I've always heard is a lot of people don't know what they want, you know, but man, I always knew, even if it was ridiculous. My original plan was to find a place in the wilderness, in the canyons, and irrigate, you know, and grow my food out in the wilderness. And that turned into this. I just never thought I could buy all the equipment and dynamite, and, you know, it takes a loader,
actually doesn't look real, does it?
All that stuff that I thought, no way could I afford that. So I never really thought about building a rock house. I started blasting in 95, blasted a little tunnel here first.
Bruh. Go on, mate.
From the first blast, I was committed, you know, and then it was like 8 winters probably of blasting. You know, so as I was out in the wilderness, spring and fall, and half of the summer, and then winter, it would be here, and it'd be like I finally get to be home. Probably 2003 or so, I was done blasting. And then it sat a long time, you know, trying to come up with the money and decide what to do. I didn't know what I wanted, you know, how I wanted to finish it. I was going to weld steel together and buy glass pieces to put in it. Builder friend of mine, he said, well, what do you want? And I said, I want it to be a cave with no blocking it. We designed it from there. And there's steel in 2 of the openings, but the rest of them are all just pure glass. Just cut a slot and slid the glass in.
His house is now part of the National Monument.
And I would say if they had dynamite, they'd still be here.
When we wake, hear the birds and see the sun. Side by side, our fears are done. All the good times just begun.
Wonder how the music sounds in there.
Yeah.
I think it's him.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's his own music, but I kind of feel like it is.
I feel like actually this sounds like Elliot. Remember that guy? He passed away now, but it sounds a lot like him. I know somebody in the chat knows what I'm talking about when I say that. Elliot, what's his last name? It's not him though.
Music. I got it from a soundtracks thing.
Okay.
Hey, we could have the Magic Treehouse and we could have the Magic Cave House. Because we got caves here. We've got caves here in abundance that are already blasted.
Do like yeah, I was gonna say like found what we're looking for in life. Call us crazy, but things are finally right. With you and I, the future is bright. Just Mytho class, just an FYI, the link I've had up before where it says GiveSendGo Magic Treehouse is sort of what we're still in the works of figuring out exactly what this is going to mean and where exactly it's going to be. But this is what, we're talking about trying to create is like our own community based off of potentially like going under a private membership association so we can practice healing techniques. But it's a place that we would like for other people to find potentially their home there, whether they want to contribute as far as what they're, what they can provide, or if they just want to come and visit and take some time to heal there as well. So.
Yeah, this place is beautiful, man. Absolutely beautiful. I love this.
Yeah, there's an episode I did with Richie where I showed the Earth ships too, so I can pull that up again. But there's that and the that's what I was talking about. Just like this house that's built into the rock. It's not quite like that. It's not. They didn't do tunnels, but they built it into the hillside. And there's two of them, and they're actually real small units. But the whole front of it is glass, so it can just be all opened up, and then it's got its own like heating and cooling system, and it's covered by soil on all sides. You could even grow food off the top, and it's insulated in a certain way to prevent from excessive moisture getting in, considering how it's built. But it's very heat and cool efficient. You don't really, you don't need AC. There is a stove in there for the days when the sun doesn't hit right. So you build it where the sun faces in the afternoon to heat the house, right? So anyway, that's why I love this. I love alternative houses. We can definitely show more of that. There's a really good channel actually called Kristen Durkinson, and she does all kinds of where people like do all kinds of different. She just showed like somebody renovated what was it, some kind of structure. I'll send a link here and we can she's got just as many viewers as I didn't even realize that. This is how she makes her living. Her family gets to just travel to these different places and stay at them. Some of it to me is not what I foresee as maybe a more gentle way of looking at living in things, but I think it's all relevant. Like they saved an old stone barn, and built a house out of that kind of a thing. But she does a thing on the Earth ships, and let me just send here. Let me share her page, so I'm not just rambling. I'm gonna copy her link.
Kevin just made me hungry.
Good, eat. We've been live for a while. That's part of it. You guys get to see us eat during Saturday lives. Eat, drink, and you know what?
Sunday today.
See, like this is a water tank. Look, it's like like the house is like in a curved shape. It's very like tucked in.
We can't see nothing, babe.
Oh, because I don't have it.
We can now. We can now.
There you go. There you go. Oh, Nutella. Is there some weird shit in Nutella? I don't fucking care. Okay.
You're muted, Trev.
Here we go.
You're
This
muted,
is what
mate.
I want.
We can't hear you.
We don't actually need to listen to the audio, so I can just play this for you all. Commercials and everything.
Kev, you were muted then, mate.
I know. I was just saying it was free Nutella from the pantry.
Oh,
nice. I wasn't giving you shit, dude. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have even said that.
It's gonna eventually run out, so I think we should get a hold of them about sponsorship.
Oh,
so we
okay.
can all get free Nutella for all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard some bad things about Nutella.
Just kidding. I know. Okay. This is in France, I want to say. The marmots. You guys know what marmots are? Those are we call those ground squirrels or woodchucks. Woodchuck could chuck wood. So Kevin, this is what I was talking about. This is what I showed. And then let me show you like inside more.
Yeah, hobbit holes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So appropriate for the treehouse. So this is actually what I wanted to build for. So when I thought of the healing center, I thought of this like really cool big community, right? But then I thought, why not have it set up so we could do? I'm trying to get where she does the tour of the inside. I kind of show the construction here. Actually, this will be good to show. So we have this community area where we have all kinds. We have the lab, we have a school, we have community, we have a stage, right? Well, then off down a hike trail that you have to take. So maybe we have like a motorized way to get there, but for the most part, you hike to get to it. So it's very private. We have this sort of setup down a ways, and I was kind of thinking like this type of a thing, tucked into a hillside. So it's very private. It's a place for you to go and have your solitude time, to have your going within time to get away from everybody, because I think that's appropriate. I feel like we all kind of resonate with that, maybe because most of us are empaths, but we understand, and I think everybody is actually, so I shouldn't say that, but it just gives you time to recharge. So she actually is explaining that they kind of just went with the shape of the hillside once they built the hillside on top of it, and so the shape of the windows are actually a little curved. Or slant on like on an angle because of that, because they decided to go with the natural way that everything laid out. You can see how they built up with the logs around it too. So there's like layering, and obviously, like if I had the audio, you could hear her explanation. So I apologize, but that's why. Let me put this video specifically in the chat, but you can check out her channel, which I just think I think some of it to me, I don't watch all of it because some of it's irrelevant to me. I don't want to live like that. But I think, this is where you can take a little bit. So let me just show, the only other thing I wanted to share was the, which I know is back a little further on here, is the airship homes. Look at, like this person did a 3D build, call it the Wasp House. I'll let this ad play out for a second while I scroll down to find the
They do that 3D printing houses with concrete, 3D printing with concrete, don't they?
I don't remember what they used for this. I don't remember hearing that it was like a sustainable or anything product. But it's an interesting concept. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, obviously they had to prefabricate some of this to like with the wood, but they're talking about like the outside structure. And so they had like a portable machine that just printed it. But see, for me right now, like that sounds so ideal. Like $1,000, I buy land for $15,000 an acre, please. That would be amazing. Now that's like totally unheard of now. And then I can buy this for another $1,000, maybe two of them. And I'm set. You know, we don't need much, and then I don't need to work to death for the rest of my life. Okay, but I did really quick, and then I'll put the link to in the chat once I find it. Is there a little thing on the Earthship homes? I think that's how I found this channel, was because I was looking up information on those specifically. All right, it might take me a minute. I'm sorry, guys. Bam.
Just put the sound on.
Yeah, I can, but remember, my sound never works right. Do you want me? Will you do me a favor? I'll put the link in the private chat. Would you do me a favor and play this one? Because this one might be worth listening to for a bit, because of the whole system of how it kind of itself cools itself by like an inner system with a greenhouse around the structure, and then they have like a ventilation system, and that's how they self-regulate. And this is one of the more interesting ones for me, because I kind of see myself potentially living in the high desert around here. I guess we're going from mushrooms to Earthship homes. Welcome to Sunday. Oh, buddy. Oh, the buddy. Hi, can you hear me, buddy? I should talk to you like a baby, should I? But I can't help it because you're so cute.
An Earthship, it's kind of like a Noah's Ark that you can navigate the Earth with. Ships, sailboats are self-sufficient because they have to be. You know, if you're out on sea for, months at a time, you have to be completely self-sufficient. And it's basically the same concept, but on Earth. So yeah, come on in. This building, you have the greenhouse, which, works as a buffer zone. So you're always comfortable. You have always.
We've got to keep ourselves on it.
You grow food. You're recycling your
we have to keep ourselves in the
water
picture.
and your black water in a non-contaminated way. You're only on solar. You catch rainwater for all the water that you need, so for washing and for drinking. And about 50% of this building is made out of recycled materials. Taos is an amazing place to have a lab for these things, because it is such extreme climate and such an extreme environment. But if it works here, it'll work everywhere else in the world,
Plants look great you don't get a lot of water here, right?
No, not at all. Just with the water that you use, that's enough, because every time you wash your hands, every time you take a shower, that water goes straight in here, waters your plants, the plants filter that water, and then you're using that water to flush your toilet. So yeah, I mean, that to me, that's, one of the things that attracted me to Earthship, because it's just genius. There's a lot of other buildings that can have solar power or that use insulation, or there's different building techniques, but this water recycling system that Earthships have, that's unique to Earthships. You'll see there's a split. So you have a toilet and a sink here, and then the shower is actually on the other side of the greenhouse. And so that way you can actually see when you shower there, that water then flows all the way through this greenhouse, through this planter. This is all a little bit sloped so that it all, goes downhill basically. And then here is where you capture that water again, that filtered water, and it goes over there to flush your toilet.
It's basically quite low tech, but it's very, you've proven it in several buildings already.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's been proven over the last 30 years, yeah.
And your toilet flushes, and it drains into this planter. It's called a botanical cell. And all these plants, their roots go down, and they get that water. But as they get that water, they're spitting out oxygen. And as they spit out that oxygen, it cleans up
Where does
that
the
water.
poop go?
Now, it produces food, figs, bananas, grapes. I forget what these little things are, but they're rich in vitamin C.
Inca berries.
And what are they?
Inca berries.
Inca berries, avocado tree. So you are cleaning up your water while you provide food and flora. Now you're seeing that we use the water more than one time. We use it 3 or 4 times, and we run the shower water through this and then flush the toilet with it. Then the toilet goes out to a conventional septic tank, and the conventional septic tank drains into another botanical cell outside that we use to
Where
grow
does the
plants
poop
outside
go?
in this arid climate.
Mike likes to call these plants shit eaters.
Soylent Brown.
That's what they are. They're just eating up all the shit. You don't smell it, you don't see it, but what happens is you get beautiful
Soylent
landscaping,
Brown.
and I never have to water any of this.
It's very low tech, and that's what's so great about earthships, you know. And for a long time, one of the big things that people criticize about earthships is that they are so low tech. You know, people are like, oh, there's much more high tech solutions out there right now. You know, why are you guys doing things so low tech? You know, why do you open up your window with a rope and things like that? Yeah, so this all has to do with the cross ventilation of the buildings. Inside, there is the cooling tube. So you basically open up a little door and you get cold air coming in from the north side of the building. That's cool. And then you open up this transom up here, and basically that's what does the cross ventilation. So the cold air comes in and flows up through here.
So what I'm saying about the poop is on its way, because they're using the water before it gets to the septic tank. So presumably it's, you know, it's just like holes or something in the pipe that don't allow the poop through. Only the water's allowed through.
So this is one of the bedrooms.
Oh, yeah, a lot of times they have a solid collector that has a dehydrator or something like that.
All the way through the
I'll tell you what, that old boy's done well. That old boy's done well. How old is he?
It's just beautiful how cool it is. It's basically that.
No, I don't think they're together in the same. He lives in a different.
So that thermal mass.
Oh, right, okay.
If you bury a hole in the ground, if you bury long enough, the dirt down there will be cold always. So that's basically how it is. So it's all natural. It's just absolutely natural cooling and heating. And in winter, if it gets cold, you just close this and close the windows, and then the greenhouse has that buffer zone and it keeps it nice and warm in here. This is where your systems are. So this is what we call the POM, the power organizing module. So this is basically where all your solar comes in. Then you have the inverter here and your charge controller. And then here is your batteries.
So it's really all about storing that energy.
Absolutely, yes. And it's storing the energy both in power or electricity, but also in terms of the heat. I mean, that's what thermal mass does as well. That's what you're doing. It's basically just storing. So yeah, I mean, these walls, that's how they work. So when it's hot out, you kind of want your building to heat up as much as possible, because then at night when it gets cold, those walls are like a battery, but basically that heat will come back from it.
That's what red brick is good for.
So you have two types of batteries. One is more basic and the other is a little bit more complex.
Yeah, you could say that. And then these walls are all adobe. That's all mud. It's all natural material. And you can even see the little bits of straw in there that hold it together. And I mean, that's what gives it that really, you know, that's really special feel that I always get in airships, is that you have all these natural materials around you. You know, it feels great. So in here is your water organizing module, your filters and your pumps. So, you know, the rainwater on the roof falls into those cisterns on either side. And then from there, it comes through here, and there's a number of filters to basically make the water safe for you to be able to, you know, bathe in it and drink it. So this is a 2-bedroom, 1 bathroom. So this is a living room.
Hey guys, I'm preparing the slides for the.
So this floor is actually, it's a ferrous sulfate powder that's used in agriculture, basically to make the leaves of your plants greener. And so we found out that you can use that to stain concrete floors, and it comes out with these really nice patterns. Yeah, and it just looks really nice with a natural wall and all that. And this is a DC fridge, so it's, you know, only on solar directly. And yeah, and then you have, you know, the water here coming through those filters that we looked at earlier, and this is your drinking water. You know, and then you can just imagine that water that just went in there went directly to the plants to water the plants. So, and then you'll use that same water to flush.
I love that idea, man, of recycling things like water or not.
Totally, absolutely, yeah.
Well, yeah, you're recycling it, aren't you?
So basically, we
Yeah, I
calculated
see
depending
us
on where
running
we're
off
building
of like
and
hydrogen
what
fuel
the
cell
use of the
power.
occupancy of
Eventually,
the building is,
desert's not
and
necessarily the
how
best
much
place.
rain there
But
is,
if
and
you
how
could
big the
recycle your
building is.
water and also
We
use the
calculate how
power
much
from
water
that,
storage you're
like
going to have.
what if you filtered your water and you could pull power from it while you
So the
filter
home
it?
is pretty much self-sufficient.
And that's the thing. It's like this whole thing now with the
You'd
pandemic,
need
the quarantine and all that. You know, we're like, well, we've kind of been living like this for years now already.
you're talking about getting power from the water.
For us, because this is what we do.
Yeah, well, I mean, because we know we've talked about the hydrogen fuel cell concept, so that would be different from what I'm talking about.
Well, that's the
I was kind of thinking of a
and they
system
come
that could be
out
built
pretty
where
much
while
over
you're
my head
filtering
right
it,
now.
the
That's
power of
all
you running the water through that system would allow, you know, like a mini dam in a sense that you could pull power from doing that. Does that make
Yeah.
We are
sense?
pounding tires today.
By the way, that's
gravity
super
flow
cool, guys,
turbine.
that you lived in these unique houses or stayed in them.
So the
The
pounding
mud,
tires are
the mud brick
great
or
versus
the
thermal mass.
earth bag homes,
well as a
when
very
the
problemed
clay, you know, all the
some
different types of
garbage
clay
everywhere.
mixing they have to
So
do to
you're
get
getting rid of
just
a
the right
problematic
mixture to hold up
piece of
against the
garbage,
elements.
creating
It's
a
all really
photographic wall,
fascinating. It's
and
not
you
necessarily, I
put it
think,
for roof on.
the end all be all for building, but this is just really interesting because it's similar to the way they build the foundation to how they do this earth bag home, where they're really like putting in heavy duty, you know, well, obviously they're going to use recycled tires for this one, but just like heavy duty foundation, like they're building their own like cement blocks in a way with that, and they're going to pour in a mixture to seal it in, and then there's a whole other process to it, as you'll see.
Global model, and it performed great and didn't require any mechanical heating or cooling at all.
Where are they getting the earth from to fill around the
It was
outside?
kind of expensive.
In this situation, probably nearby because the land is vast. There's vast land. It's probably easy for them to get that kind of dirt, maybe even on their. They like out here. You can probably buy an acre for dirt cheap. There's areas in Oregon you can buy. I mean, it's in wildfire territory, wildlife fire, but you can buy it for $15,000, like 10 acres. But I would not want to buy that because it's constantly getting inundated with fires every summer, you know.
The roof is easier on this building. You know, also the exterior greenhouse is just a simple vertical greenhouse consisting of standard size glass. So it's just when you can reduce how long it takes to build something, you're going to reduce costs. This crew just built that building in 4 months. That one was $219,000.
Yeah, like
and it's a total
this house, how would it hold up if there was a massive flood? If this whole basin filled up with water, I mean, but I guess you wouldn't want to live there anyway, right? But this house probably would not hold up. So these are really good points, though. You know, this is why we love
all the
discussing.
rainwater that you're then going to filter and use.
I just do love, like you've talked about, Richie. I love the idea of this, of like the filtration system concept of just reusing, recycling, the ventilation system. I think it's just.
Hey,
really
I just wonder if there's some way we could work that into the Magic Tree House, you know?
I want to do. I would really like to have a greenhouse concept. Yes, the water filtration, but just to like have it self heat and cool itself like this. I would really like that.
See, we could if we're, let's say you're in a tree house. You've got the you've got the option of gravity. Gravity, you know what I mean, though. For the water to provide,
you can see there's absolutely
more power. The further the water drops, the faster the velocity or whatever.
Well, on that too, you know, those they call them gravity motors and stuff as well, but just a weight, and you bring the weight back up to the top, and you just let it fall, and as it's falling, it's turning a wheel and powering whatever you want. And they just, you try and get it for as longer time as possible. But if you're up a tree, you've got a very long period of time where something can be going. So if it's a light, like a light or something,
solar panels,
or charging it back, you just hoik it back up again, let it fall. Takes however long it takes to get to the bottom, but it's producing power all the way down.
This beautiful grass.
Yeah, they have done like you can get these where you just pull them down and it's just a light fixture, So you just pull it down.
Yeah, because it's not
Pull it
really
down.
underground. It's, you know, the older ships, those were built underground, so that you would actually, they're called pit houses. But this does make a lot more sense because you can build them anywhere. You know, you don't need to be putting all
So the
that
difference with that, yeah, it was more underground.
hole.
So if you're like up on a hill, that would be
One of the
perfect
changes
for
that we
that.
made
Yeah.
in the other buildings now is that
Susceptible
we
to
actually
landslides.
have
That's
this
kind of where my mind's at right now. Like a plateau, to be up on a plateau, little tucked in from the main drop off, right?
So
I
yeah,
feel
so
like is
basically in
you know,
winter,
where the water doesn't pool would be ideal place right now in the world.
populated.
Because I think like
The
flooding
thermal
or
mass is a
desert
really old
areas are
concept.
going to be
That's the
inundated
beauty
with
of
flash
it, is that
flood
it is
type
so low tech that a lot of it is
situations.
technologies that have been used for thousands of years. You know.
Did you hear that? Like
An
that.
airship is
That's how they
the only
heated and
building though that
cooled.
puts all
You
of
know,
those
when we
things
look
Yeah.
back at ancient
and makes it
ruins, this is
one
how they
functioning building.
some of these structures we see. There was probably a whole buildup of natural materials around it, and then like the heating cooling thing that she's talking about.
Under 100.
So under Los Angeles, there is supposed to be a city that is ventilated, cooled and heated by the movement of the ocean.
When there's more
And
communities and towns, this is not the
it's they say it's buried like 30 miles underneath
self-sufficient community
Los
in the
Angeles
world,
or
but that's
something.
actually not true. The Buddhist monks in India and in Tibet and so on, they are the biggest self-sufficient community in the world. This is what this street is called Lone Tree Lane because you know you can see that there's this one tree in the middle of nowhere.
That's so fun. Do people make the Star Wars analogy a lot?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, imagine driving by here, you know, and all of a sudden you see this, and you're like, "What is this? You know, where did I just land?" And then the tropical airships, like the one in Puerto Rico, Mike loves comparing that one to the Lord of the Rings. He calls it Rivendell.
So how many types of airships are there?
There's a lot of different ones. Yeah, I mean, the main ones are like the global model, the Encounter, which we just saw, the Simple Survival, which is like the most basic airship that there is, that also has very basic systems. And that's what a lot of people didn't like about them, because you did have to restrict yourself a little bit in your water use, for example, and things like that. So these are all global models that we can see here now. This is the older global model, and then
You
the
got
one
kicked
that
off
we're gonna
again.
go see now. Those are like the newer global model,
There he is.
which has that bigger greenhouse. You can see the roof is getting put on. You can still see the cistern.
Yeah, shout out to Mike Faraday for working on that kind of technology.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
1700.
Okay. Just I know he works with Bernie,
Yeah, I mean,
and I
this
think
is, you know,
this
you
is
can
the
see
kind
that
of stuff that we keep
that it
talking
is
about.
a
This is
lot bigger
important.
than what we
So
just saw the greenhouse.
I always make sure I run his videos,
But
even
for
if I don't
example,
always
the
fully
system
understand what he's doing,
basically
and
just
give him
putting
a
in
like.
the
So if you
land,
haven't checked him
you
out,
know,
I'll
would
pull up his
otherwise
link here.
either be recycled or land in the landfill. In Taos right now, the recycling station closed down a few months ago, so there's absolutely no recycling of glass bottles or cans anymore, which gives us even more of a reason to use them here. You can see here the tire wall, and it faces north a little bit because then you have that dirt pushing against it from the other side and creating that physics force basically that makes that wall stand. And then the roof is different here. Here we use what we call vigas, are locally sourced. Instead, yeah, they're basically round beams. In New Mexico, they're called vigas. And then you can see the beginning of bottle breaks over here. So all these are just old bottles that are basically cut in half. And what you do is you just put them together. You clean them, you put them together, and you put a piece of tape around them, and you have a brick. And usually what you do is you put the colored one towards the sun. And so that's what makes it shine in those beautiful colors where it almost looks like a jewel.
So the tires are usually how many levels? How many layers?
Between 9 and 13. I mean, these walls, we put a little bit of cement in it for what we use pack out, which is basically just to give it a little bit of structure and to cover the dirt in the tires. But it usually only gets like one level, and then we use mud. So, you know, the walls, the structural walls of the building are basically just tires and dirt. There's no cost to it, besides obviously the muscle strength that you're putting into it. We kind of go through this thing where you're like, you know, you start a build and you get really fit.
You don't need to be a
spend 2
bricklayer.
weeks just pounding tires. And then you kind of go on to other things, to carpentry and whatever, and you kind of get like all fluffy again. and then you start another build and you get really fit again. So yeah, I'm gonna go pound tires tomorrow. So. I mean, it's hard work pounding a tire, but it's something that anybody can do. But I mean, that's the beauty. It's that you could literally get, 20 of your friends together, 10 of your friends together, and just say like, hey, let's build this. And
it's so cool to do it, to get
towers is like, people say either you
the community
love it or you
involved,
hate it,
like.
because it's a desert. It's not. Towers can be quite challenging.
It's good work as well, It's actually that work that you're building futures sort of thing.
Yeah,
yeah, that's
bringing
true. But it's also,
together
as I say, we get people from all different backgrounds and age groups and fitness
Richie,
levels.
that's a good idea. We should have
always
Mike
something
on.
to do, for everyone.
Yeah,
There's
man.
always, if you can't
I'll reach out
find
to Bernie
tires
about
or
it.
whatever it
We'll
is, you can do other things. You can make bottle breaks. There's always something, and that's kind of the beauty.
Most
of
what he
it,
says goes
you
just
need
like
strong people and people that are
Maybe
not
we
as
can
strong,
stop
and
and
people
ask
that
them
are skilled, and
questions.
people
It'll
that
be
are not as
helpful for
skilled.
other people too.
To put it all
So,
together.
Yeah.
As a
gotta
community
remember
and
that's
create
what we
these-
bring
these
to
beautiful
this.
buildings,
yeah.
So yeah.
So yeah.
Feel any different from a conventional neighborhood living here?
I mean, you kind of have exactly the same dramas and in every other, community of neighbors for sure. But you could definitely feel that everybody's so environmentally conscious, Everybody's here because of the same goal at the end of the day, And that's
they're
beautiful.
not
It's really
driving
nice.
fucking Teslas.
You can definitely feel that you live in this community where everybody just has the same
Wood
idea
gas car.
about living and about raising
Buy
their
a
kids and
Tesla
about what
or
the future
build
is
an
going
earth
to be
house.
like, One of the neighbors here, he actually said to me the other day, the people that live here were all people that have opted out. We have, we all kind of opted out of the system, and that's why we're here, which is very true. We kind of took destiny into our own hands and are like, well, this is, a little bit better. So this is where I'm staying at the moment, but keep in mind this is still a work site, so, excuse the mess. This is the main part over here, and this is, so basically the airship that we just saw, this is basically from here to there, this is what it will look like at some point. The plants here are incredible. I mean, that banana plant, we've got all these different types of chilies in here, and all the plants just absolutely love it in here. The rosemary is just going crazy in here. The figs are almost ready, but you can see how many are on here. And now in summer, you see this and you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But if you're in here and it's 15 degrees Fahrenheit below zero outside, and you're growing pineapples in here, and see the snow lying on the ground outside, I mean, it's just a trip. I mean, the bottom walls in this building are just
Gorgeous, yeah.
And a lot of people don't like that about airships, that Gaudi-esque thing, but, you can also make it as simple as you want,
I want that.
So yeah, this is kitchen, dining, living room. So this actually has a conventional fridge. The power system in this building is big enough to just have a conventional fridge in here.
Do you think this can scale?
Well, I mean, hopefully, there's also a lot of criticism against airships, People are like, well, a lot of people say airships are like the dinosaurs of alternative construction. This one even has a bathtub in it. I mean, how far you can take it. You have enough water storage, you can have a bathtub in here. And then this is the second bedroom, which is a little bit bigger. But still, same concept. And then in here, this is a reception cell. So again, your shower water goes in here first, gets filtered. There's obviously buildings that automatically have blinds opening and closing, which are all things that you could integrate into an airship if you wanted to. But that's also one of the beauties of it, is that it is so low tech, and we kind of want to keep it that way.
And the window system is different.
The vent boxes, yeah. I mean, the concept is exactly the same. You still have the cooling tubes coming through. And then instead of having the windows on the vertical, you have them up here, up the roof. Yeah, so basically it's just a system that has counterweights on the other side. Open again. And that's open. And And that's your air conditioning.
No engines involved, no batteries, no
nothing. Yeah.
It's just
So no
It's like a
need
ship,
for
you know,
power,
this is like, that's why we like
other
the
than your
boating as
own
well, because it is like a
physical power.
like a ship, like a sailboat, you know. Yeah. There is airships. There's one airship here where they actually have put in the technology to automate.
Add the solar
But
panels
is it
for when you
necessary?
want
No. You
them.
know. Yeah.
But that's not how I would do it with
These
that.
are gooseberries. In
Yeah,
places
anyway.
like LA and in New York, they're considered a superfood and they're extremely expensive. And they're just like little sweet berries. We kind of have this education system, which is kind of, I feel like, global in the more developed world, where we're like educated, but away from nature in a way.
You can even go foraging inside of your own house, right? It's,
Yeah. Oh, really? Here. Wanna try it? And now people are kind of forced to look at it the other way and look at it in a way of like, okay, we need to embrace the environment. We need to embrace the planet and nature and make it work, that we can live in conjunction with that. Here, you basically live in these living buildings. There's a bird in here. Oh, get out. Hello. Is there stuff? Huh? There's like little bird's nest in here. You get that a lot with airships because they are so natural, you know. I mean, that's part of it, you know. It's like living more in conjunction with nature. Is that you have bird's nests in your house and they don't bother anybody. They're, you know.
I'd love that,
As
man.
free
That
as
wouldn't
everybody
bother me
else.
at all.
Yeah.
Nice. And it's that more natural sort of conditioning and stuff as well, like airflow and that sort of thing as well. So it's much nicer to live in too, day to day, I'd say.
Yeah. Ultimately, Monday.com has been a real
Artificial.
for our business.
These are real people who use Monday.com as
Another
the core of
advert
their business.
already? Really?
There you go.
I'll tell you what. We'll change it for this one.
I was trying to find a video for that comment here, and I don't know if the two videos I found were the best example of what they're doing. Maybe they talk through it better, but there's quite a few videos. So this
it comes in here.
solar village,
We're cooking
Portugal.
with here in this kitchen. We're cooking only with the sun and with biogas.
Thank you for this commentary.
Using water
Appreciate
from the wells. That means the cuckoo standing in the kitchen.
Yeah, I like the
can
biodigester.
invite friends to come around to eat. Can cook for themselves. There's they can freely offer from what we have, and you don't have to have in the back of your mind any thought like, what if it doesn't get eaten? Did I cook too much? Did I cook too little? If you cook too much, then the food waste will go to the biogas. It's not even food waste. It will go back into the natural cycle through the biogas. And from there, that fertilizer will go back onto the land and into the kitchen for the energy. And what you do eat, probably most of it, that will go through and into the dry compost toilets and also back onto the trees, back into the land. So the human element in this cycle is actually helping to drive a cycle of abundance. You don't have to cook less. The sun is falling on, we look in the mirror at the mirror, the sun is falling on the mirror. If we will cook with it.
And change this. Put the other one up.
I like the biodigester as well because you've got the gas there as well. You know, that's always, you know, you're capturing that gas from it as well from that process. And that process is a lot faster, you know, so you can use the liquid fertilizer, and that's from water and solids, you know.
Yeah.
So this video is part of a research series where we're going to explore alternative ways of living. So people around the world that decided to find another way to live together and hear their experiences, see what they learned about it, get some inspiration to really see the other options that are available out there. And this time I'm in Portugal to visit a community called Tamera, based in the south. It's 133 hectares big, having around 200 members. It's 100% sufficient in water. 25% self-sufficient in food, and about 50% self-sufficient in electricity. And they actually have quite a lot of infrastructure here. They have their own logo, their own school for the children. They have compost toilets, which is basically just a hole in the floor. They have a seed garden where they grow plants that produce the seeds for the vegetables. They have a big gathering space for the community where they all come together every Sunday, and then it's busy. And they have a beautiful view. They have their own stone circle. Great place for meditation. They have their own fire
What are those
department,
stones about?
which is basically just this one.
What did he say then?
Every
I
Sunday.
kind of rushed real quick.
They have their own stone circle. Great place for meditation. They have their own fire department, which is basically great place for meditation. They have their own stone circle. Great place for meditation.
Right. Okay. They have their own
They
stone
have their
circle.
own
Great place
fire
for meditation.
department, which is basically just this one very beautiful old German fire truck. They have workspaces, for instance, to work with wood. And they have a lot of fruit trees around here, where you can pick the fruits straight from the tree, nice and sweet. Growing your own food is actually quite a big thing here. Right, let me show you in the garden.
Welcome to the South Valley. This is the area in Tamera which produce the major part of the vegetables that we grow for ourselves. It's between 10 to 14 tons of vegetables every year, which is only 20 to 25% of the consumption of the community and the guests in 1 year. So we are proud to grow our own vegetables. We love it. I love my work. I also love to eat my work. And we can grow much more. So we know that the soil is relatively young. Only 7 years ago, these terraces started with the building of the water retention landscape over there. So the lake, the big lake, which is behind this dam, the soil that was digged in order to create the lake was distributed into more than 20 terraces, which we are working on. So every year we also grow vegetables, but we also grow soil. So it's very important to make the soil better, to build soil. And yeah, we grow carrots and potatoes and tomatoes and zucchini and cucumbers and pumpkins, yeah, and many other vegetables. We grow for us. We don't want to sell for others. We also don't want to reach into 100% of self-sufficiency in the issue of food, because actually we like the contact with the farmers around. So my vision is to gain 80% of self-sufficiency in vegetables growing, but still the grains and 20% of the vegetables, also the legumes. I love it that it comes from other farmers and it keeps us in contact with our surrounding. So we are not
They should maybe give like offer to the farmers as well. He says, "Oh, we don't want to sell," but
yeah, that's what I picked up on too. Exactly. I'm like, that's well and good, but you could also grow 20% for others.
yeah,
That's what you're depending on them for.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The other, I'll just share that other one you put up. Solar Village.
Electrical energy from sunlight. One of the most urgent questions of our time is how to work with the abundant energy of the sun. Freely available and particularly abundant In many of the threshold countries of the South, the energy of the sun is a gift of nature, one with which humankind is once again learning to cooperate. How can we transform the energy of the sun into other forms which we also need, electrical or mechanical energy? And how can we reliably, safely, and cheaply store this energy? These are technical questions of engineering and existential questions of our perception of ourselves and our place in the universe. Can we accept energy abundance? Here we
We've got no
showcase
problem
a simple
accepting
yet
it.
complex modular
It's the
solar system
wankers controlling
that
us that have
delivers
a problem
energy
with it.
independence in the key areas: electrical, mechanical, cooking, heating, and cooling.
Are you filing your nails right now, Richie?
Plant growth.
It's okay if you are. I'm just curious.
Eh?
Are you
Let's
filing your
examine some of
nails?
the key
Sounds like you're like
components, one at a time.
Who?
you.
Me?
Oh
No.
no, that's Kevin
The core of the
rolling
system
his
is a
joint.
revolutionary low-temperature Stirling oven.
It's funny. It kind of sounded like filing of
Simplicity
nails. You know
is
what
the
I'm talking
result
about?
of years of
Sorry.
intense design
I,
work,
yeah, do you know what? I
testing,
thought it was a
and
sound
continuous
effect for
innovation.
the text that was coming up on the
The
screen.
result
That's
is an
funny.
effective,
Do me a
powerful
favor, will
heat
you
engine
rewind just a little bit
that
because
can
he's
easily be
explaining this
constructed
pulsation thing,
from
and I do
readily
kind of want to
available
hear this. I think this
materials
is important. 'Cause
and
this is
maintained
more or less
by
this
local
form of.
mechanical workshops anywhere in the world. It's simple.
Sorry, thank you. That was my own
The core of the
distraction.
system is a
I'll remember to
revolutionary
mute when I'm
low-temperature
Oh,
Stirling
you're
oven.
okay, Kevin. Kevin, you're fine. It wasn't that
Simplicity
loud. It just
is
was
the
like
result of
confused.
years of intense design work,
It just made me want to
testing,
laugh. That's why I
and
had to say it.
continuous innovation. The result is an effective, powerful heat engine that can
Sophie's
easily be
playing.
constructed from readily available materials and maintained by local mechanical workshops anywhere in the world. Its 1.5 kilowatts electrical output is ideal for lighting and communication, and its 1.7 kilowatts mechanical output can drive machine tools, grinding equipment, water pumps, or air
If you
compressors.
used a big,
It creates zero
big
emissions
fucking
and is
flywheel,
safe, quiet, and calm in operation. The SunPulse electric engine is driven by heat carried in a recirculating closed circuit of vegetable oil at up to 200 degrees Celsius, or lightly pressurized hot water at a slightly lower temperature, and is cooled by the water which it simultaneously pumps. Its working gas is normal air. It trades size for efficiency. This version is big, but at these low temperatures, nothing is more efficient. And those who need a compact system should look at some of the other offerings of Sunvention. Heat energy to drive the SunPulse Electric is delivered by the sun and collected either by Sunvention's Energy Power Greenhouse or standalone commercial vacuum tube collectors. The innovative Energy
that's
Power
pretty cool.
Greenhouse uses an elegantly simple optical system
Really
to collect excess solar energy entering a greenhouse, which is conventionally a problem,
I hate when that happens.
and remove it. This problematic waste energy, up to 80% of the energy entering a greenhouse, is extracted by an automatically tracking Fresnel lens system mounted inside the greenhouse under the roof.
You know I'm all
Drives the
about
SunPulse
talking about
Electric.
this.
The growing conditions for plants in the Energy Power Greenhouse are optimal. Removal of the excess solar radiation optimizes photosynthesis and reduces watering requirements. And the choice of materials allows UV light to enter the greenhouse, reducing or eliminating the need for chemical pesticides and fungicides. A solar chimney enables efficient water recirculation. The toughest problem of energy production is also solved: storage. Energy is easily stored in this system. The hot vegetable oil or water may be stored in gravel-filled insulated tanks for days at a time to provide energy when direct sunlight is not available. And a biogas burner fits directly into the system to provide energy source diversity and for use during extended periods without sun. In this way, electricity or mechanical energy can always be produced on demand.
That's pretty cool, man.
The energy power greenhouse provides many important benefits, but for those who have no need or want to start with a smaller system, a standalone system can consist of the SunPulse electrical engine and a vacuum tube collector array, or low-cost precision fixed focus mirror with storage tank. Elegant and simple systems which nonetheless provide all of the energy benefits. The hot vegetable oil or pressurized water is also ideal for cooking. It is easily piped to an adjoining double-walled cooker, where the heat is used for baking, boiling, or frying, or through a heat exchanger to produce steam for efficient and healthy, versatile cooking options. Remaining heat energy at lower temperatures may be used for household heating. Once again, the oil itself is not consumed, but flows in a closed system. It is only used to transport heat and lasts for several years.
And it's just vegetable oil.
Sunvention SunPulse solar-powered water pumps. Sun and water working together. The SunPulse water uses the thermal energy of sunlight directly and efficiently to pump water. The key is world-leading low-temperature Stirling engine technology. A Stirling engine is a heat engine, converting heat from any source into mechanical energy. Although most Stirling engines run at high temperatures, requiring exotic materials and complex construction, SunPulse engines operate effectively at modest temperatures, around 100 to 200 degrees Celsius, making them simple and reliable to construct and maintain, even under harsh conditions, and making them ideal for direct standalone solar operation. The front face of the SunPulse water is heated by the sun. Cooling is provided by the water being pumped. The difference in temperatures between the hot sun and the cold water drives the system. The only other component needed is also freely available worldwide: air.
It's quite
The
good
working
pressure
gas
they got
for
on
this
the water
engine
there.
is normal air. As long as there is sun, air, and water to be pumped, the SunPulse engine will pump water without using diesel and without expensive silicon photovoltaic cells. Without further infrastructure, the SunPulse water delivers a decentralized solution for water provisioning. In the sun-rich countries of the south, the SunPulse water can pump 400,000 liters of irrigation water per day, or 80,000 liters of water per day from a depth of 10 meters.
So if you've got a
Or
good
about
water
15,000
supply, you need a good
liters per
water
day
supply for
from a
this
depth
one.
of 50 meters.
Obviously,
Its simple design
it wouldn't be
incorporates
something that I could
effective
do
tracking
here.
of the sun during the course of the day. Its
The other
simplicity
Well,
can
and
be constructed
as you're
locally
drilling for that
wherever it
water
is needed
supply,
around the world,
find that water.
creating local employment opportunities
Just
and
drilling
cycling
for
wealth
it.
into the local community. Truly
Richie,
a
can you pause?
revolution in energy technology. The SunPulse is simple.
Cam, you were breaking up, and I think you're cutting out a little bit right now. But can you go ahead and repeat that?
You were getting grabbled a little bit then, mate.
I didn't say anything.
No,
Oh,
Callum.
did I just say Kevin? I meant Callum.
Yeah, Callum.
Right. What was I talking about? Don't remember. All good.
Something with the system with the solar, because we were kind of talking about the water concept, that it needs all this water. Was it something to do with that?
Oh yeah, you said about drilling for water. So
Oh, you can just drill for water too. Yeah. Sometimes
yeah,
it's just
it's
a matter
illegal.
of.
It's illegal to do that here.
But like here, there are areas in Oregon where you're up high enough in
Do it
elevation,
anyway. Like
water table, and it's like thousands of feet below. So the problem is that the cost to drill that far Is it so people aren't doing it because of that? You know, because you
Yeah.
really need to pull in some serious. So
That's
there's
why we.
Water's an issue on this island.
cistern, and I
That's
don't.
why.
Sorry, what?
It's another reason we need the PMA so that we can, because part of my healing is actually drinking pure water, and so that's part of my healing technique is drilling deep enough to get to pure water.
Okay.
There's the mountain here. Mount Tady
Well, that's
here
what I was
has
talking
got
about, because even depending on where the water's coming from, like here, it comes from basin water. Is the water on tap here, so that's
Yeah, we lost you.
We actually have an artesian well on this property.
The mountain here has got a well inside it, a deep well inside it, and it is they say it's sweet water. It's called the sweet water because it's really, really good water, like best quality water you can get.
And then, like I've told you guys, that there's places here where
close to the source.
Spring water, and you can. Hey, Richie, can you post a link to that one in the chat? Was that the last one I sent you? Actually, I can send it. Yeah, right?
Yeah, I got it.
Watching. Okay, I got it. Hold on. Sorry. Shit, what was I going to say? I forgot. Interrupting and then forgetting. Go ahead. I was wondering, can I ask you guys a question? What have you heard about solar panel type systems, like especially like that one to me that looks like it was very reflective, and the idea of it actually heating up the areas and some of the land around and actually causing complications with like things can't really survive underneath because it's actually radiating so much heat in that area. Have you heard of that? It's kind of a newer concept, but I've been very interested in this, and the concept of the wind turbines actually causing significant problems as well. We already know kind of like bird migration, and these kind of being hokey energy concepts when really free energy is a lot simpler. I kind of feel like Ben
wind
Franklin
turbines are a waste of time.
light in the sky is sort of a slap in the face. He gets
Wind
electricity.
turbines are a scam. They're an
light,
absolute scam.
Really, it's because of the sky. It's because of the kite in the sky.
They cost more to run than they're actually bloody, and they've got a life expectancy. And when they've finished their service, they cannot be. They have to be buried. The blades, the 60-foot blades, are unrecyclable, and they just bury them in landfill.
Yeah, I think that's a joke. I think they could figure out a way to recycle that. That's just like a way to like.
Well, they're made of glass, aren't they? They're fiberglass.
Yeah,
they're
fiberglass.
fiberglass. So I don't think there's any way to. Well,
there's no way to break it back down and recreate it into fiberglass. I don't believe that.
No, I think it's separating the fiberglass from the metal and stuff.
Done, though. It's not done. You can break it down. Like you can reutilize stuff. You can recycle in a way to extract the energy.
They would have to build a special facility, probably.
Not done. I mean, the technology is there to do it, and it is being done in certain small little demos or whatever of it as well and stuff. But it's not being done on mass scales or anything like that because.
I think it's got something to do.
The kid who's broken down plastic bags into the original oils that they were created from. He built like a machine. He like a science fair project.
No, I read.
We're told that like our garbage is just manifesting toxicity when they have a system to break this stuff down. That's part of the farce.
Well, there's many ways. There's many systems to break it down, but for it being done, it's like it doesn't work out as profitable. That's what. And it's just it's more. Unless you can turn that into something. As a waste product, you can profit off your waste product, but then it usually goes down another bad cycle.
Can we live in another world now?
No, we just create it, innit?
Well, that's your choice.
Sorry, that's what I was going to say. Can we create our new world now? I'm sick of this bullshit.
Oh, that's yeah. That's why we have to create a PMA. That's why we need to create a PMA, man, or more than one.
It's a place to start. I think it can be
Public
much
and
bigger
private.
than it like that. But yeah, we're gonna get our land pat and we're gonna claim our sovereignty.
Well, boys and girls, I don't know about you guys, but we've been going for 4 hours and 34 minutes, and
Sun's coming up.
Yeah, my brain's slowing down.
I was gonna say, I was actually gonna mention after we were watching the Earthship thing to be a good time to call it. But this has been a really good stream, another really good discussion. Got into some other subjects too. So thank you guys. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. So shout out to the chat room. Pushkin, Morgan, Marvi, Susie Fairfield. I should be clicking these, shouldn't I? You're the only people left chatting.
Really good engagement today too. We really appreciate that.
Lady Luke's, Clara Starlin, India. Hey, India. Brianna Lynn.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find the different people.
This is a pretty good treehouse fractal.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Jaman.
Kind of.
Definitely, this would be a cool treehouse to have a party in.
Well, we'll have a room if we can run it off of what we visualize as their future technology. If we can run it off that, we'll definitely have a room with this set up.
Yeah.
It will be the room.
Yeah, this will be part of the healing.
On the DMT and mushrooms, man.
We'll call it the mushroom.
We'll just we'll find a way to project this onto the walls. Have it like a sweat box, a mud hut sweat box.
Right.
Project this onto the walls.
There you go.
With a nice fire pit in the middle.
Projected onto the teepee walls. Is that what you're saying? The sweat lodge.
No, it's going to be a mud hut, wouldn't it? So yeah, like
nice.
That would be very cool.
I can't wait, guys. It's gonna be awesome. Thank you so much.
So, ladies and
Love
gentlemen, thank you very much for your time and attention today. We've got 25 people left.
Thanks for coming
That'll
in,
do.
Susie Fairchild. Susie is from my Grateful Dead circle.
Oh,
She came
cool.
over today.
That's awesome. Thanks
Cool.
for being here.
I hope you enjoyed it, Susie.
Yeah.
I hope you got some, and I hope you come back.
she was really in the chat.
Yeah, I saw.
They
I
had
saw
a
that.
Terrence McKenna bombs. We should focus on Terrence someday.
Yeah, we could. Hey, why don't you run that talk, Kevin? Get that planned up for us.
I'll plant some seeds with all
You know what
y'all.
we'll do? Hey, Kevin, actually, let's do a show with you. We'll focus on just you, and we can do it a different day of the week. Does that sound
Yeah.
good?
All right.
Yeah, man.
Serious. Dude, you kidding?
We could do that during the week.
Like Callum, we haven't actually. You know what? We haven't done that with Callum. That was so rude of me.
Yeah.
Callum, can I?
I thought we had.
Callum needs to do some more
He's been on his independent Sunday shows, but let's do a focused Callum show. And I think we'll get. What I'd like to do is just break down again. You've already done it for me, but we talked about it a bit today. But just all the different healing things you've tried, and let's just talk about your experience and go from there.
Well, we could actually, I know we're all brainstorming right now in front of everybody, but it would be cool if each week Callum could introduce a little practical knowledge that anybody could put into action.
Maybe end with
the
that
first
right now.
time I met Callum was, I think he was talking about a topical with magnesium and DMSO. So things like that, if we had a weekly section where Callum went full screen and did his deal. It would
like
be
that.
awesome.
We've kind of talked about that, but not to quite that extent, I think. So that's perfect. I love
Yeah,
it.
I could have a theme song and everything.
Yeah, actually, and
Yeah,
Callum,
I was thinking of an intro video. So I was just thinking about the intro video. What song would I use in the intro video and everything?
A
And I was
special
trying to
frame.
think. I was trying to think of a good title for it, like something with Callum or Callum
on the sofa with Callum.
Maybe like a bamboo frame, bamboo and something.
I
don't
love
know.
it. I love it. Oh, my cat is on the keyboard. Cat on the keyboard. Okay, anyway.
So on that note,
what is it? What is
lovely,
it? We could
lovely
do defense against the dark arts with Callum. How's that?
Right,
Because
there you
they're
go.
all. That's healing.
Ooh, now I got to come up with a cool thumbnail for you, but I definitely need a logo. You remember we talked about wizard hat, food glasses.
Yeah.
So if you have I think you have this beautiful beard now. We need a shot with this beard. I'll try to take it from a screenshot, but if I don't like it, I might make you take a headshot for me if you don't have a
selfie. Oh my gosh.
And
it's been a while now.
So
wait, the Wide Awake Wellness Wizard. Oh shit, guys.
Oh,
there you go. There you go. There you go.
There we go. Love it. Love it.
Wellness Wizard.
Wow.
I absolutely love that. Yep.
www.callum.
Well, no, it could just be www.com.
W.
Double your health.
See, I wonder if that's open. You got to see if that's open.
And next-
www.com.
Next week,
try it
I'm going to start doing the round the campfire. Round the campfire, rich tales or rich stories or something there, because they're not my stories. But I'm going to do a book reading around the campfire.
Cool.
Or, stories, little stories.
That is
The first one, the one I'm starting with, who I always sent, he sent a couple actually, but the first one I'm going to start with is I think it's a children's story. They're
the best.
Hey, Callum, you got a random part-time job.
Sorry.
Just supply
Sorry.
stuff.
Totally random.
Envision peace right now for Richie's environment.
Man, I'll tell you what, right? Oh my god.
Calm with Callum.
Sun's coming up.
Oh, that's
Hey, hey.
you today.
Hey.
Hey. Oh God.
So
sorry.
anyway, thank you very much. We're gonna wrap it up now. All right, guys.
Are we though?
Love you.
Are we
guys.
though?
We're probably gonna
Why
carry
not?
on talking for another 5 hours, but we're gonna
Could be another hour.
We're going to
I
say
think so, because
roll the outro.
Because we were talking about it, we went 444. We've been saying 444, 555. So there's 2 minutes.
Right, yeah. We've
I've
still
been-
got another 2 minutes. Yeah.
1 more minute
I mean,
now.
all we have to
been-
do is waffle for another sort of 30 seconds, and then
That's
you know.
all I was doing.
Okay, I got a joke. You know what kind of car God drives?
What? What kind of car?
Tesla?
He froze.
He bloody froze. Oh, no way. No way.
You probably told the punchline too.
Anyway. Oh, man. That's just classic. Absolute classic. It's good, though, because it's got us going until 4:04.
It says in the book of Genesis, God drove Adam and Eve out of the Garden of Eden in his fury.
Ah. So he drives a Fury.
Yeah. Plymouth.
Fair enough.
That's an American model, man. I
It's
didn't
a
know
boat.
That. But
444.
444.
If it's
Love
a
you guys.
Plymouth,
See you
it's a
later.
boat.
live long.
In this life in the, what do you think you've learned?
Absolutely nothing. Well, I've tried to learn, but I'll calculate not a lot really. I've learned that you must treat people properly, and that you must proceed in a certain way, and you must try and have a vibe of how to sort of enjoy situations. So I've learned just to, you know, don't get miserable or fight the misery with some intelligence. This is like the most difficult area of the whole malarkey, really. It's hard to turn something around when it's going. And it's not something that you can learn by well, as far as I can see, it's something that comes to you with a bit of luck and a bit of instinct, yeah? But therefore, it's not something you can ever bank on. I'm not smart enough to figure out what the hell it is or how it works at all, you know? That's why I treat it like hoodoo, 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 hoodoo. I do find I still have the talent to like cause a bit of, stir up a little bit of confusion, yeah? But I'll do what I can to create as much chaos as I possibly can. But my chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end. When I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea. And 9 times out of 10, I'm on it, I must say. Hopefully, that hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed.